Hi, all. Thanks you so much for being here. The public hearing was supposed to start at 6:30. We are missing a town councilor that is not here yet, and we have to wait for her. So we are trying to get a hold of her. She can participate on the phone prior to being here if need be, but we haven't gotten a hold of her yet. So hopefully we will. Thank you. Oh, wait, let me,
Hold on
okay.
1 second, we're gonna gavel in a second.
Is she on her way in, though, that Gina wants to know?
Yeah,
Yes. Okay,
she is on
great.
her way.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, where is my agenda? Okay. We are calling this 6:30 public hearing to order. This is the application of Trout Brook Realty Advisors, contractor purchaser for the change of zone from R13 to RM1 with Special Development District Designation overlay for the redevelopment of 1.83 acres of the former Agudas Achim Synagogue at 1244 North Main Street as a multi-family residential use. And we will begin with roll call. We'll start with Ms. Fay first.
Counselor Fay,
Present.
Counselor Blanks,
Present.
Mayor Cantor,
Here.
Counselor Cortez,
Here.
Counselor McGinnis,
Present.
Counselor Poland,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sweeney, Counselor Winograd,
Here.
Counselor Dzanowitz.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. We will begin with a presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Cantor, council members, town staff, members of the public. I'm attorney Tim Hollister with the firm of Hinckley Allen Snyder in Hartford. It's my privilege tonight to represent the applicant, Trout Brook Realty Advisors, which I think you know is an affiliate of the West Hartford Housing Authority. With me tonight as the development and presentation team are Jill Corrado, the executive director of the authority, Joe Rotman, who is a housing consultant who's been working with us. Chuck Corsi has been our community outreach consultant. David Goslin of Crosskey Architects is our architect. Jeff Board is our professional engineer with Bowler Engineering, accompanied by landscape architect Wayne Violette. And Mark Vertucci from Fuss & O'Neill is our traffic engineer, and also present is George Gurney, who is an environmental consultant. I do want to thank the town staff, especially Mr. Dumay, Mr. Pudlick, and Ms. Gorski for their help. The application is for a Special Development District, rezoning R13 to RM1 with site plan approval for the redevelopment of a religious institution as residential use, 49 rental apartments. The application consists of the overly thick September 1 package. I will not apologize for being thorough, but I realize it was probably a lot to digest. But there was an affordable housing needs memo, something we do routinely when we are proposing moderate and low-income housing, and then the civil and architectural plan set. That was followed up with a September 7th clarification about SDD waivers, and then an October 11th plan revision in response to staff comments. And then finally, last Friday, the 20th, a final set of plan revisions and supplemental materials, again, all in response to staff comments. I'll also mention that the application is filed under General Statutes 8-30G, the Affordable Housing Statute, and I want you to understand clearly why we did that. First, it's done to make sure that the town gets credit with the State Department of Housing for what are called assisted housing units. And it also, doing it this way, provides a certain amount of procedural protections for the applicant, and I won't go into those because it's sort of legal detail, but we've explained those in our overview letter. However, let me also point out that, as we said in the cover letter, this is a so-called friendly 830G in the sense that we have represented that if the application is denied, which we hope it won't be, but if it is, we do not intend to appeal to the Superior Court, which is one of the options under 830G. So we did this for the procedural aspects of it, but there is no intention to bring it to court if there is a denial. We'll try to earn your approval. Procedural compliance, the notices were published, the sign was posted, affidavit has been filed with staff, and both the ordinance and the rezoning map were recorded at the town clerk's office more than 10 days prior to today. Process to date, we received a favorable recommendation from the Design Review Advisory Committee on September 28th. Town Plan and Zoning Commission followed that with a favorable review on October 2nd, and I can represent that as I stand here, the applicant has received and responded to and basically aligned completely with the recommendations and suggestions of town departments, including the engineering division, which had very, as you would expect, detailed comments. Let me sort of wrap up my introduction by describing what we consider to be the overall themes of this application. First and foremost, we honor the congregation Agudas Achim and its decades of service to the West Hartford community. I have lived here 43 years, and it's always been there as part of the community. I've driven by it a million times. You have also, and always just a wonderful spot in our community. Number two is that we call this adaptive reuse. It is the redevelopment of what you can see on the screen, and the main point being the preservation of the street-facing portion of the building, the congregation's worship space. I noted in the application that the reuse of unutilized or underutilized religious institutions is a phenomenon that, for better or for worse, is happening all over the country. You may have seen that California just last week adopted statewide legislation about redeveloping churches and religious institutions, synagogues, into multifamily residential. So we are participating in what is really a nationwide phenomenon. On the other hand, this proposed reuse is a small fraction of the prior use by the synagogue. We were informed that at peak years on high holidays, the services attracted about 1,000 people for several hours. The reuse here will be just 49 apartments, almost half of them one bedroom. The next theme is that we believe that this is an appropriate location for a multifamily residential use, both because of its prior institutional use, the availability of sidewalks extending all the way down to Bishop's Corner, the fact that the property is the nearest bus station, which is very close, is on 2 bus lines, and the availability of infrastructure in the form of water and sewer. In the site plan, the applicant team has gone to great lengths to be a good neighbor, especially to the adjacent Tumblebrook Estates and Woodmont Road directly across North Main Street. principally by preserving mature trees, concentrating the development, as you will see. Let's see. Did I do that wrong? Mr. Davidoff, did I? Okay. I'm not sure what. All right. Well, anyway. Do I have to paint that in? All right, Mr. Dumais to the rescue. All right. Well, anyway, you have the slide hard copies in front of you, and I was referring to slide number 2. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Dumais. Concentrating the development in the southwest corner of the property to keep it away from Tumblebrook Estates and shielded from North Main and I'm losing the Woodmont, from the new development, and then responding as well as possible to the concerns expressed by the neighbors as recorded by our community outreach consultant, Mr. Corsi. And in the course of our presentation, you're going to hear about how the development team has worked to both ferret out what the concerns were and respond to them. So at this point, I'm going to just outline the order of speakers, the topics, and the time frames. Jill Corrado will speak as principal of the applicant about the residential program and some of the good neighbor efforts. Chuck Corsi will explain the community outreach program, which is unfolded over several months. Mr. Goslin, our architect, will talk about the architecture. Jeff Board will talk about the site plan and engineering. Mark Vertucci will discuss traffic, and then I will wrap up. I want to let you know we've styled this as a sort of high-level presentation. We could easily take 4 or 5 hours. We're going to try to take about 45 minutes just on this initial presentation. So we can certainly get to your more granular questions after this initial presentation. So I'll turn it over to Jill Corrado. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Ooh, this is weird. Good evening, counselors. Good evening, my development team. My staff is here, and all the members of the public. Appreciate your time. I'm Jill Corrado. I serve a dual role as CEO of Trout Brook Realty Advisors, the developer of this project, and executive director of the Housing Authority in West Hartford. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the congregation, Agudas Achim, who have been supportive in our endeavor to honor what we could of the existing footprint while simultaneously bringing the building to its next proposed use. I'd like to thank town staff also, who I find to be always incredibly professional and attentive. Todd Dumais, Kristen Gorski, Brian Pudlick, members of Design Review Advisory Committee also, and Planning and Zoning and Engineering departments. I'd like to thank my board members of Trout Brook Realty and West Hartford Housing Authority for their commitment to affordable housing in our community. Just a little bit about us, like TBRA, what have we done? Over the last 10 to 12 years, we have had great success in developing or redeveloping almost 400 units of housing in West Hartford, many of which are in mixed income communities, which we find to be very successful. Many of these units were developed using complex capital structures, including the low-income housing tax credit program, for which we have an excellent track record of success. So what do we look to do? Trout Brook looks to create and maintain vibrant communities in close proximity to transit, shopping, medical care, job opportunities in buildings that are beautiful, clean, safe, and desirable. Our goal is to enable our residents to live in dignity and empower them to achieve personal growth and self-sufficiency. We want to develop quality, affordable housing. But why? We're very aware of the need for affordable housing in our state and in our town. We know the town's plan of conservation and development seeks to address this, and we have a mission that is certainly aligned for us to be able to do our part. The Connecticut Housing Finance Authority just released its 2023 Housing Needs Assessment just last week. It cites a general lack of affordable housing options in our state, especially at lower income tiers, and includes trend data that almost 75% of renters earning 50% of area median income or less are rent burdened. Rent burden means that renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. 75% of those people are rent burdened. We know that there's a need for affordable housing at the Housing Authority and at Trout Brook because we have wait lists that have hundreds of people on them. We have people coming to our door or calling us every day looking for housing because they can't afford to live where they're living. We just opened our wait list on the Housing Authority side. We had 10,000 people fill out pre-applications, for which we'll do a lottery and accept 1,000, which will take us years to get through. Some of our buildings have wait lists of hundreds of people. So the need is certainly there. And it's with all this in mind that we're here tonight to review our proposal with you, which is the L at North Main. So what's the significance of the name? It's a nod to the literal L shape that we're proposing of the building. It also has Hebrew and Greek roots meaning sunray. We thought this was fitting based on the flood of light that comes into the stained glass windows that our design seeks to keep. So what would be our residential program? I think I actually have a slide. 49 new construction units. We're proposing 24 one-bedroom units between 714 and 928 square feet, 23 two-bedroom units between 944 and 1,090 square feet, and two three-bedroom units at 1,285 square feet. This will be a mixed income community with 10 units being market rate and 39 units being affordable. So what are we talking about with affordability? In terms of the 39, this is what we're proposing. 6 units at 60% of area median income. I gave the income limits just for this year. So these change every year, obviously. So in our area, that means $49,620 to $70,860. We are proposing 20 units at 50% AMI. And the numbers for 2023 would be $41,350 to $68,500. 13 units at 30% AMI. And this year, that would be a range of $24,810 to $35,430. If we're using 2023 data, the rent levels would be between $664 to $1,594 per month, depending on bedroom size and type. So instead of talking about numbers and incomes, let's talk about people. Who could live here? These are the people that we think will live in the building. Obviously, we go by wait list, right? But these are people that we have living in other buildings, especially some buildings that we recently leased up. Employees in the public school system, FedEx drivers or other couriers, servers or bartenders, healthcare workers, daycare teachers, nonprofit workers, customer service representatives. All people who deserve the chance at clean, safe, and desirable places to live in our community. So affordable housing is sometimes a scary phrase when people think about affordable housing from the past. Many years ago, the financial model was that the government built buildings, didn't really give a whole lot of money to maintain them, capped rent levels, and what happened was the buildings fell into disrepair over time. The new financial models are much different. There's a lot of reserves that are required before you close or at closing, during your operating period for cash flow. You're required to reserve some of the funds to put back into the building. And after 15 years, there's a chance to refinance and infuse cash into the building again to revitalize what would now be a 15-year-old building. Our building and design standards are high. You would not know driving by a building whether or not it had affordable units or market rate units in it based on what we build. They're beautifully constructed. Every unit is the same. The finishes we select are high-end. The buildings are made to last and include sustainability features and many amenities for residents. We develop properties with long deed restriction periods for the affordable units, so you know that if you approve this project, we will commit to many years of affordability. The agreements executed to develop these buildings come with a lot of layers of review and audit by our investors, independent auditors, lenders, Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. We'll file all required compliance, property management, and investor and lender statements necessary, and whatever required filings the town requires. Our goal for this project would be to apply for a 9% low-income housing tax credit award in early January 2024. The zoning approval is a key first step to us making that goal. It's a competitive process, but we feel this project would score very well based on the vibrancy of our community, the close proximity of the site to services and transit, coupled with our design and sustainability goals, just to name a few. I'd like to express my thanks for the neighbors who have expressed interest in the L and who have come out tonight. We have received feedback that we find to be very valuable, and we do want to be a good neighbor. I'll touch on a couple of the points, and other members of the team will do so as well in their presentations. One of the big things that we heard a few times was parking. We've heard some feedback that the number of parking spaces is too little, and some worry about overflow parking. So we have taken a lot of time before this point, during the process, with feedback from the neighbors, looking at our history, what our experience is. Our data all points to the parking lot being sufficient to handle the needs. It's not uncommon in our buildings for 2 adults to share 1 car or to not have a car at all and rely on transportation. In fact, 95% of our affordable residents have only 1 car, despite the number of bedrooms or adults living there. Using our own utilization data and also the data with the 95%, we feel that our parking need for tenants is between 50 to 57 spaces. That would leave between 11 and 18 spaces for visitors and staff, which we feel is adequate. Our parking lots are controlled by our staff with assigned parking spaces. Unauthorized vehicles are towed at the owner's expense. The reason that we assign is because we can control the lot. We can know whose car is where. If somebody has to be moved for any reason, we're able to find that person, have them move their car. If there's an unauthorized car in the lot, it gets towed. This is all things that are in the lease with the tenant. We've heard about safety, crime, and unauthorized residents living in our building. First, in terms of safety and crime, we have not experienced a safety risk with our other communities. We do not have an inordinate number of police calls to our buildings. We perform tenant screening procedures, and we have strict requirements about violent crimes, felonies within the last 10 years, and sex offenses. All of our tenants have a right to a peaceful and enjoyable environment, and if there's an issue in our building, we have to deal with it for the good of our other residents in the building as well as the community. There will be on-site management staff minding the building and the residents coming in and out, in addition to camera systems in place that could be used to identify people in the building that are not on the lease. Action would be taken against these individuals and the leaseholder. Unauthorized people and units are addressed by our staff. That's all I have. I appreciate your time. I think I took too much. And now I'm going to hand it over to Chuck Corsi for his presentation on neighborhood outreach. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chuck Corsi. I live at 21 Wallbridge Road in West Hartford, and I was retained by Trout Brook Realty Advisors to conduct neighborhood and stakeholder outreach for this proposal. As I like to share, the purpose of outreach is to identify questions and concerns that stakeholders, especially residents and neighbors within 500 feet of the property, may have, and to figure out how we can work to address those concerns. There we go. So, again, under your rules and regulations, outreach is asked to be done within 500 feet of the property. You can see on the map here is the property in mention. My area encompassed about exactly 91 neighboring residents, businesses, and property owners, all that live within 500 feet. So if you look at the map here, here's the site. We have the Tumblebrook Estates condominiums right here, Woodmont Road, and you can see that Woodmont, some of the homes are within the 500 feet and some aren't. I actually went I canvassed the homes in addition to the ones that were within the outreach area, also canvassed these homes that were not. And then you have residents along North Main Street, Tumblebrook Drive, Oldfield Road, and I'm sorry, here's Oldfield Road, and then King Philip Drive. You've got St. Tim's over here, Aiken, Northwest over here, Wampanoag, and a little bit further off the map is King Philip. So again, here's a list of the streets and areas where we canvassed. There are several different ways of reaching out, reaching out to folks, calling, emailing. For those folks that I couldn't get a hold of via phone or via email, I visited the homes and dropped off an invitation to meet. I want to say that I am very appreciative of all folks within the neighborhood that took the time to meet with me and voice their concerns. It's a very important part of the process. The development team can do their best ahead of time to anticipate concerns that people might have, but it's not until you go out into the community, talk to the neighbors to find out what exactly it is that they're concerned about. This next slide is a list of the concerns, and under some of these there are some subsets, and I'll just go through them quickly. As Jill had mentioned, during the course of this presentation, it's our objective to address each one of these concerns. Jill has already very ably addressed some of them, but I'll run through a couple. And I broke them into two different categories. One are site impacts, something that you would find on an application of this sort. Traffic, there has been concern, and we all know it, North Main Street is a very heavily traveled road. There were concerns expressed about the increase in traffic. As Tim had mentioned earlier, and we'll hear from our traffic engineer who can explain it far more eloquently than I can, that, as a use, and we've seen this with multifamily communities, similar to the neighboring community to this property's north, multifamily doesn't have peak traffic hours, so you don't have the congestion during set times, similar that you would find with a school or a church that was on the property before. Views, people were concerned about their views. The buffer surrounding the property during a good part of the year protects the views, but then when now as we enter into winter, as the foliage comes down, you can see into the property. Residents were very concerned, especially the residents of Tumblebrook, that they don't want folks being able to cut through between the property, and they want to make sure that that buffer is maintained and enhanced. There was also a request, a very strong request, that the applicant has agreed to for a perimeter fence around the property. That currently, if you visit the property, there are several, well, I'd say there are at least three I know of from visiting, cut-throughs between the parking lot of the former synagogue and Harwich Lane and the abutting neighbors over at Tumblebrook. So there will not be any access, pedestrian access between the proposed community and our neighbors to the east and north at Tumblebrook Estate. And again, that leads into some of the other concerns: privacy, trespassing. Jill had touched on parking. The major concern here is that if there's not enough parking at our location, folks are going to park at Tumblebrook Estates on the road there, or they're going to park on Woodmont across the street. First of all, that's not allowed. There's no overnight parking, obviously, in town. But you will hear from our traffic engineer and our parking engineer that based on our previous experience, that will not be an issue, that there is more than adequate parking at our community. The applicant's also proposing a crosswalk right in front of the property that would allow residents to push the button and activate the crosswalk to allow for safe crossing back and forth. There were many neighbors that thought that this was a good idea. There were some that thought it was a bad idea, that having a crosswalk there would only add to more accidents. There was questions about the generator location, snow storage area, the dumpster location. Again, I'll let those our professionals that dealing with that address that. Light pollution and construction disruption. There are also, besides the neighborhood, or I'm sorry, besides the site impacts, there are also other impacts that I heard about that people were concerned were. There is a concern from some that the property values of their homes are going to depreciate because of this community coming in. Some expressed to me, excuse me, that this was an inappropriate location for this community. There's a concern that mixed income residential, multifamily residential at this location would increase crime in the area or bring crime to the area. Some folks had also expressed that a preference for ownership of units at this location, similar to the condos to our north and east, as opposed to rentals. There is a concern about this proposal overcrowding our schools. In a minute, if you'll indulge me, I'll just give you some information on that. Character of the neighborhood, there's some concerns about how this would have a negative impact on the character of the neighborhood. And then there was also a concern about unauthorized residents, meaning, what's to stop someone who signs a lease, qualifies, makes it through the process, but invites family members to come and stay with them. As Jill had mentioned before, that is not allowed. That's a condition for breaking the lease. There is a limit as to how many people can be on the lease, how many people can occupy per bedroom. But let me just, before I turn the mic over, wrong button. Talk a little bit about the schools. Now, in forecasting how many school-aged children any multifamily community is going to generate, it's not an exact science. We don't know. All we can do is rely and look at past history. And fortunately, we have an applicant that has done a lot of work in West Hartford, that has built successful communities in West Hartford, safe, clean, and successful communities here in town. So we can look at, and these are numbers that were provided by the town of West Hartford and the West Hartford Public Schools, about how many children their existing communities have in the West Hartford Public Schools. And what I did is, these different communities, there's different breakdowns of how many one bedrooms or how many two bedrooms. So I looked at it as not by how many units each community has, but by how many bedrooms each community has. So what I did do here is I took the number of bedrooms and did the math. You could see the Goodwin on Newington Road has 8 students in the West Hartford Public School System. 616 New Park has 7. 540 New Park has 13. So those average out to different numbers, but I kind of took the total of those three communities. So you had 240 bedrooms, generating 28 students in the West Hartford Public School System. That comes down to an average of 0.12 students per bedroom. So with 76 bedrooms at the L here on North Main, it is expected that number of students generated is going to be between 8 and 9. It could be less, it could be more. But when we're talking about, again, it's not an exact science, but 8, 9, 12, 15, 4 students divided over 13 years, 13 different grades of school between King Philip, Aiken, Hall, our magnet schools even, Bristow, Charter Oak, Smith. it's not a substantial impact. So that's, again, we can't forecast with certainty, but we can look at the history. So that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. You actually have my full report in your package. If you have any questions about any of that, I am more than happy to answer your questions later on. Thank you very much. Who do we have up next?
Thank you, Chuck. Good evening, council members. My name is David Goslin. I'm an architect and principal with Kroski Architects. Kroski Architects is a Hartford-based firm located in downtown Hartford. We specialize in historic preservation, adaptive reuse, and multifamily housing. We've been doing this for 39 years. I've been with the company for 33 of those years. Let me just advance the slide here. Our design goal for this project, being a preservation architect, was to try to preserve as much of the existing building and fabric as possible. The building was built in 1967 and has some, period features that we felt were substantial. And the best way to honor the history of the building is to continue the building and figure out a way to adapt it and fit it into the program that we're proposing here. So as you look at the slides, the slide on the top is the existing building as it looks today. The first floor is about 5 feet above grade, and it's a 2-story worship space behind the stained glass, and then the 1-story portion to the right of that, which is in the southern direction, that's the former rabbi's administrative offices, and the lower level, which is a basement per se, it's half a level above grade. So there are windows down there. Below the worship space is there used to be a Hebrew high school in this facility. They use that space as classroom space. As you look at the rendering of the proposed building below it, you can see that we're saving much of the existing facade, and the building that we're adding to on the back is a 3-story building. The first floor will be set at grade, so by the time the building gets built, the massing of that building would be a half-story above the existing building. But we set it behind the existing building and back so that we didn't detract from the existing facade, and it's more or less designed to be subservient to the building. But it was also designed to complement and take architectural cues from the existing building, but we also wanted to create a visual distinction between what's old and what's new. These next few slides are photographs of the existing building. In the upper left-hand corner is the existing lobby and entryway, which will be retained. The photo to the right is the 1-story portion that I mentioned is the rabbi offices. The photo below that is the view from the parking lot. That's the east elevation. That's the back portion of the worship space with the stained glass there. And then the lower 1-story portion to the left is bathrooms and servant spaces for the congregation. The photo in the lower left-hand corner is the north facade, which is the back wall of the sanctuary space. The 2 photos on the right are interior views of the sanctuary space. The photo on the top is looking north to the altar, and the photo on the bottom is looking south towards the lobby. One of the challenges we had with this building is the mass of it. This diagram here shows the gray shaded portion of the building is the existing footprint. The building's 140 feet long in the north-south direction and 100 feet in the east-west direction. The area shown in dark gray is the portions of the building that we're saving, and then the area shown in the light gray are the portions of the building that unfortunately we couldn't save. Usually when we do adaptive reuse, it's like schools and mill buildings where the footprint is more conducive to residential, where this building is so deep that you end up with such a deep cavity that you can't get light into the center of the building. So there's a natural beam line in the building, right where the transition of where we're taking the building down, that was a natural break in the building. So the dashed L shape is the footprint of the proposed building, so you can kind of see how that marries up with the existing building and what we're able to save. Moving on to the floor plans, as previously mentioned, there's going to be 49 units, 24 one-bedrooms, which are shown in the yellow, 23 two-bedrooms, which are shown in the darker gray color, and 2 three-bedrooms, which don't show on this floor plan. They're on the next sheet because they occur on the upper floors. The total building footprint and square footage is 59,000 square feet. The existing portion of the building that we're saving is just under 8,000 square feet, so we're saving about 11% of the existing building. What's a little unusual with this building is we're going to have 2 entries. Is there a pointer here? We are retaining the existing entry at the street. That will be the secondary entry. We felt it's important to keep that entry because that's the obligation the building has to the street, and that will provide access to and from the street, to the sidewalk, to the bus, from in and out of the building. The primary entry is going to be in the back of the building because that's where the parking lot is. So as the tenants come and park, they're going to come into the back entry. Next to the back entry, there's a mail center right in this area here that has the mailboxes and package center. That is connected to the vestibule. It's separate from the rest of the building from a security standpoint, so the deliveries can be made without the delivery person entering the building. In addition, other amenity spaces on the first floor include, just to the left of the rear entry, there's a property management and leasing office for tenant services. That's about 700 square feet, and that will be manned during regular business hours for the needs of the tenant. In the purple shaded built portion up here, this is the community room, and this is portion of the building that we're saving. This is a 2-story volume where the worship space used to be, and it has the stained glass that faces the street. This is a very dramatic space, and we're looking to preserve the interior of this, and it's a great use for the community room, which will be held for functions for the tenants. They can have parties there, they can have a shower or whatever event is going on, they can reserve it. In the upper northwest corner of the building, or northeast corner of the building, we're providing a bike storage room. We do want to promote a bike-friendly community, and we don't want the residents dragging their bikes up the elevator and down the halls. So by providing this access directly up the driveway, it solves all those needs. And then on the upper floors, the amenity space we're providing on the second floor in the kind of beige dead space within the elbow of the building, that's a game room, and on the third floor, that'll be a fitness room. This is a rendering of the rear portion of the building. This is from the parking lot looking towards the rear entry. As you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the architecture, the materials were all kind of derived from the original building with the window surrounds. And then as we take a closer look at the rear entry, this was specifically designed to mimic the front entry on the front part of the building, where we projected it forward and we projected it higher than the building, and then we introduced these colored panels that kind of signify the stained glass of the entry. As far as materials go, the existing facades will be completely restored, cleaned. The stained glass will be restored. The new material for the addition will be a thin brick, slightly different color, but in the same family as the existing, just to make that visual distinction. The non-public facades, which would be the south elevation and the east elevation, would be clad with a Nichi-Ha panel. This is a cement fiber panel that's very durable. It's fire resistant, rot resistant, and insect resistant. The windows will be a triple glazed high performance energy window, fixed panel on the upper portion. The lower portion will have an operating awning for ventilation. With regards to accessibility, the entire building and site will be handicap accessible. It's required by code. We are introducing elevators that will provide access to all the different floor levels. 10% of the units by code have to be fully accessible Type A units. The remaining 90% are what we call Type B units, which are adaptable units. They can be easily converted to accessible should the need arise. The site and building amenities, I had already mentioned the previous amenities. In addition to those, we will also have an EV charging station for electric cars. There'll be high-speed broadband internet access in all the units and throughout the building, and all the units will have a washer and dryer hookup. From a sustainability standpoint, a lot of this gets tied into the funding sources, and as Jill had mentioned, the scoring points. In order to achieve the most points, we've kind of picked the items that gain us the most points from a sustainability standpoint. These include a zero energy ready home certification, the balanced ventilation system, a HERS of 42 or less. HERS is an energy rating system. It really has to do with the building envelope. So the building is going to be super insulated, the walls, the roof, so we minimize heat loss. From a green building standpoint, we are going after National Green Building Standard Emerald certification, which is similar to a LEED certification. The PV system, there'll be solar panels on the roof. These panels will provide power to offset 90% of the common area lighting and the site lighting throughout the building. Also, all the mechanical equipment will be on the roof and shielded from view. There'll be no mechanical equipment on the ground. The building will be all electric and no fossil fuels will be used. The mechanical equipment will be all high efficiency equipment. The plumbing fixtures will be low flow fixtures, and the owner will be paying all utilities. Obviously, all of this comes at an expense for first cost, but the goal is to make the building sustainable and lower the maintenance and operation costs throughout the life cycle of the building. In addition to all this, the building's designed to the 2022 State Building and Fire Code, so there are no health or safety concerns with the building itself. With regards to construction noise, as with any construction site, there will be noise. The construction hours will be within the town limits, and the regulations that the town has set forward will be carried through construction. The initial month of construction will have demolition noise, and then probably 2 or 3 months after that will be the noise for pouring the foundation and framing the outside of the building. Once the building is fully constructed, most of the construction noise will be internal to the building, with the exception towards the end when they do site work and paving, which would be a couple weeks near the end of the project. So there will be construction noise, but I think it'll be somewhat minimized. So with that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Board, who will walk you through the site plan. Let me just backtrack to get to there. Yep.
Thank you, David. For the record, my name is Jeff Board. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Bowler Engineering, located at 65 LaSalle Road. That's good seeing you guys again. On the screen before you, just an existing conditions aerial that Tim had described earlier, just showing the existing building, the existing asphalt on site. And one of the things that's worth noting when I get into the drainage design itself was we were able to mimic a lot of the existing drainage design on site. So there's an existing yard drain in the corner here, a catch basin, and then everything outlets in the back here through a pipe off the back side of the property. One of the benefits of doing an adaptive reuse is that we're able to utilize those same existing drainage patterns on site. And not only that, the important thing on this is that that water is being directly discharged off of the site untreated. So that was just one reason I wanted to show this slide, just given the amount of asphalt and the fact that it's just going into the catch basins and then directly off site. So I'll get into the drainage design a bit here momentarily. So what you're seeing on screen, as David described, is 59,000 square foot building, 33 feet in height, a portion of that existing buildings to remain. We have looked to utilize, in this instance, in coordinating with town staff, 18 by 9 foot parking stalls in an effort to help not only provide buffer plantings along the building, but to shorten the buffer or to increase the buffers on the north and the eastern property lines. And just for reference, I didn't orient you. North is to the left of the page as I'm describing things here. One of the other things that we were able to do here was to include the sidewalk along the frontage. Ultimately, everything within the DOT right-of-way will be subject to an encroachment permit. So as Mark will allude to a little bit later in the presentation, we did provide a crosswalk with the RFID. It's like the visual flashers that you see when you push the buttons or a mid-block crossing. That will have to be approved by the DOT, and Mark and his team will provide the appropriate sight lines for safety concerns to accommodate that. We also received several comments from engineering and town staff, which the plan you're seeing on screen has addressed all of those concerns. And I believe to date they're satisfied with what we have presented. One of those changes included the relocation of our driveway. The original application we had submitted had the driveway shifted over about 10 feet to the north or left of the side here, and ultimately it wasn't lining up as great as it could have with that intersection across the street. So we made that shift to help better align that, and that would help prevent DOT from having a similar comment. So we get to show you guys the final product now. We do have 3 handicap accessible stalls located in the corner here with access to that door. By state statute, we're required to have a total of 10% of EV charging now. We have provided 2 on the plan, and then on the utility plan within your packages, we've also provided an additional 5 conduits for future EV charging next to it, but we provided the 2 for now, as we feel that is adequate for the time being. Let's see. Lighting is pretty important, especially given some of the conversations we've had with the neighbors. The lighting technologies come so far that when you design a site now, they're slim LED fixtures, and those LED fixtures are directional. So you really get to aim that light where you want it to go. And from a design standpoint, you could say that there's zero cutoff at the property line. So on the perimeter, there'd be house side shields, and then at the property line, there'd be zero trespass of light leaving the site. So it is pretty modernized when it comes to lighting. They're all 16 feet or less in height, both the wall mounts and the site lights themselves. With regards to signage, we are showing a monument sign in front of the site that will be compliant with the town regulations. It just needs to be 15 feet off of the street line and less than 12 square feet, which we will comply with. And then another big topic that came up, and Chuck had alluded to it earlier, we met with several of the neighbors on site, and the most critical thing that we heard in the common theme was along this northern boundary line and the eastern boundary line. We heard from several of the folks from the Tumblebrook Estates regarding concerns they had, and many of those concerns respond by the fact that our original plan did not have any fencing shown. There were security concerns, there were headlight concerns for the head-in parking in coming into the backs of these. And although we had done a good job to landscape it, it doesn't provide that same effect as a fence would. So we did take that to heart, and one of the things that we came back with was a 6-foot board-on-board fence that runs the entire northern property line here, and then the entire eastern property line in the back. And the way that we situated that fence was done with our landscape architect, who looked at the best placement of that, and part of why we didn't show it originally was because if you put a fence, normally you have a fence on a property line. There's a lot of existing vegetation that's mature along both of these property lines that we were looking to maintain as part of the process. So what we did was we put that fence 4 feet off of the back of our curb, which did 2 things. It shields the headlights and provides that security so people aren't able to, go back and forth between the sites as they do now. And also it would be what was I saying? Oh, in addition to the fencing, what we went ahead and did was we provided enhanced landscaping along a couple of key locations. When we were in the field, there had been an area right in here that was a little bit more sparse from existing vegetation, and there had been an area back here that was similar in nature. And when we looked at what those concerns were with the view corridors, we made some changes to not only the species, but the location and how we planted those. So a lot of the vegetation is planted on the back side or the east side of the fence in this location, and then the north side of the fence in this location, and done so in a way that really supplements what's already out there with regards to some of the larger trees that are in place. So the varieties we picked and changed to now get installed at a much taller height than what they would have been. So for instance, one of the plants that we chose in this back location gets installed at a height of 8 feet, and within 1 year it doubles in size. And over the maturity of that tree, it's like, I believe it gets to about 30 feet in height. And those will be in these locations, and they were strategically placed to supplement that existing landscaping. This was just an exhibit we prepared for the town staff, just highlighting in green the area of open space that we called out on our site plans. And then the area in blue was the interior parking calculations. That's all this was highlighting. This, it'll be hard to see, but I can walk you through it. In green, give me 1 sec. In green here is that existing, those 2 catch basins I was telling you about, and it came back to the rear of the site. We kind of took a belts and suspenders approach with the stormwater in the sense that we're mimicking those drainage patterns, we're capturing it in catch basins within the parking lot, and then we actually utilize this interior landscape island to do a rain garden, bioretention basin. There's a set of redundancy in the sense that overflows into an underground infiltration system, which has a sediment forebay inside and an isolator row. And then it also has a water quality vortechnics unit. It treats water quality flow prior to entering the system. So there's 3 treatments for water quality where in existing conditions there's none. So that was a vast improvement from a stormwater standpoint. And we reutilized that same outlet, which you're required to do just to manage pre and post flows coming off the site. Another thing that is worth noting on our end was the ENS measures. They are in conformance to the 2002 erosion and sediment control guidelines. So that's silt fence along the perimeter, silt sacks on all the catch basins, a temporary construction entrance, all of which would be maintained throughout the duration of construction. And you heard from the team earlier that they will be abiding with all of the construction regulations set forth in the town ordinance. And with that, this was just a high-level overview of the landscape plan, highlighting the rain garden in this location. There's 3 trees that are on the perimeter here, and then along the edge, there's a stone infiltration trench with some hardier ornamental grasses and low shrubs. And then this next slide here is basically what I described earlier with the fence. So this was the important exhibit that we prepared based on those conversations with the abutting property owners. And it just highlights, I keep going back, hold on 1 second. It just highlights that fence that we're proposing to put in, and you can see the red line going up the side on the east and the north here. Let's see. And then here we went ahead and prepared these cross sections that show some of those view corridors that were most concerning in the field. One of which being, these things are driving me nuts. One of these being right here, and then this was the other home that was in question. So the slides that we prepared just show you that fence. It shows you the proximity to the homes. This one's in the back of the site, and you can see the fence is right here. There's existing vegetation that's there, 9 months out of the year, and then we're going to supplement the back side of that with those trees that I had described earlier. And then similarly on this side, that's where it's about 4 feet to the north of where that existing curb is now. And we had done a tree survey of all trees over 12 inches to save as many as we can during the construction of this. And that's kind of what that was showing. So with that, I'll hold questions till later, and I'll turn it over to Mark Vertucci.
The wrong way.
There we go. We're good.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Mark Vertucci. I'm a senior transportation engineer at Fuss & O'Neill. We're located at 146 Hartford Road in Manchester. I'm also a registered as well. We did prepare a traffic impact study for this proposed residential development. I just want to briefly describe our findings for you here this evening. Again, just to orient you to the site here, site is located on the easterly side of North Main Street, which is designated as State Route 218. As Jeff mentioned, we're going to align the driveway here opposite Woodmont Road. This is great for access management to have the driveway aligned with Woodmont. It consolidates turning movements at one intersection, so that provides for safer vehicle operations in comparison to the existing condition where you have a slightly offset intersection. As part of our traffic study, we did conduct new turning movement counts at the North Main at Woodmont Road intersection in August of this year. We did grow those counts out 2 years. Assume the design year is going to be 2025, and we provided a 0.7% per year growth rate. We added to those volumes. That rate was provided by the Department of Transportation. I did want to note, I did see a letter that came in from a resident of Woodmont Road today commenting on the date that we did those counts, being that it was over the summer, not during school season. So I did go back and we cross-referenced those counts with the latest available DOT counts that were done during school season in September of 2021. Our counts were actually higher than those. I looked back further to their 2018, their 2015, and their 2012 counts, and some years they were slightly higher, some they were slightly lower, but they were all generally in the same ballpark as our counts. So I'm very comfortable with our data here. And really, regardless of what you look at for background traffic volumes, in this case, it's not about that. It's about the net increase in traffic from this development. And as I'll talk about here in a minute, it's really a de minimis, very small increase in traffic that we're going to be adding to the network. So to calculate that traffic, we did utilize rates provided in the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, Trip Generation Manual. This manual is an industry-accepted resource for determining traffic generation for various land uses. So in this case, for the 49 units of residential, we used the mid-rise multifamily housing land use code, and the manual indicates that this development will generate 18 new vehicle trips during the morning peak hour of traffic and 19 new vehicle trips during the afternoon peak hour of traffic. So a very low generator, as I said. This, just to give you an idea, it's one new car in the network every 3 minutes. So something that small is not even noticeable to the drivers on North Main Street. I think it's also very important to note, and Tim Hollister alluded to this earlier, the previous use on the site, the former synagogue use, had attendees, average attendance at their services of 700 people. The high holy days, that was as much as 1,000 people. The school on the site as well had up to 100 students. So much higher generators than what we're talking about here. Even the school by itself is a significantly higher generator than what this development would produce for traffic. So to determine the net increase or the impact of the traffic on the adjacent road network, we did produce a capacity analysis. So the analysis compared conditions in the background before we added the residential traffic to the combined or build conditions with the addition of the residential traffic. And the analysis indicated that the Woodmont Road approach today operates at an acceptable level of service C. It will maintain that operation in the build condition. North Main Street, Route 218, left turning movements into Woodmont and into the site operate at level of service A in the peak hours and will continue to do so in the build condition. And I did want to note as well, with the traffic signals that exist, coordinated traffic signals on North Main Street to the north and the south of this site, When they change phase, they do produce gaps in traffic, which enable vehicles to turn into and out of the site. From a safety perspective, we did review crash analysis from the Yukon Crash Repository. We reviewed the latest 3 years of available data. There was a very low crash frequency at Woodmont Road and no identifiable crash patterns in the data. We did measure intersection sight distances from the proposed site driveway. The measured sight distances did exceed the minimum DOT criteria that is required in the Highway Design Manual, and that assumes clearing and trimming of vegetation along the site frontage, which will be done as part of the site construction. So we did have a couple of recommendations. I talked about which the aligning of the site driveway opposite Woodmont, which is reflected on the site plan. And Jeff Board alluded to the crosswalk that we are proposing. Actually, I'll go back to the, not letting me move here. Got to go back a long way. Shouldn't have done that. Thing is slow. I think I went way too far. Forget it. You saw it earlier, but there is a. We're proposing a new crosswalk across North Main Street and a sidewalk along the site frontage. So the sidewalk will extend the length of the site frontage. There is an existing sidewalk along the west side of North Main Street. So we want to give residents the opportunity to cross North Main Street and get to that sidewalk on the west side. So we're providing a new crosswalk. It's going to be on the south side of the Woodmont Road intersection. There will be new pedestrian ramps on either side of the crosswalk, and there will be pedestrian crossing signage, high visibility signage with push buttons. These are called RRFBs, rectangular rapid flashing beacons. A pedestrian can push that button and they will illuminate a flashing beacon at the top of the sign, which alerts drivers coming in either direction that there's a pedestrian about to cross. These are proven safety countermeasures from the department has done studies on these, the Department of Transportation, and they've been known to reduce pedestrian crashes by up to 47%. So this will provide certainly safer crossing for pedestrians. So with that, just to summarize the conclusions of our traffic study, this proposed residential development will not significantly impact traffic operations on the adjacent road network. Pedestrian vehicular traffic can be safely accommodated. I did want to note that town engineering staff has reviewed the traffic study and has concurred with our findings and recommendations. And given this is a state road, it is under DOT jurisdiction, so should this receive approval here at the town level, we would have to submit to the DOT District 1 office for encroachment permit review, so they would thoroughly be reviewing this as well. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Attorney Hollister, and he's got a few closing remarks. Thank you.
As advertised, a couple of closing remarks. Mr. Dumais and Attorney Variano have provided the applicant with a set of draft approval conditions, which they were kind enough to share with us for, see if we had any concerns. We do not. We outlined or finished an acceptable set of conditions today, and I appreciate that very much. Second, let me be very succinct about the waivers requested through the Special Development District Ordinance process. There are 6 of them. They're all relatively minor. First is 49 units in the instead of the RM1 zone limit of 40. Parking, 68 spaces instead of 74 as required under your amended ordinance. 18-foot long spaces instead of 20, which was a recommendation of staff and actually opened up the sidewalk and the landscaping considerably, a very good suggestion. Total usable open space, 9,800 square feet required. We've provided 6,750 square feet. That was the open space exhibit that Mr. Board showed you, so just under 70% of the requirement. We ask for relief from the requirement of a dedicated loading space against the building. Basically, we believe there is ample room, particularly because the parking lot is at the back of the building, to have deliveries, short-term deliveries, pull up next to the rain garden and then make their way around the rain garden to exit the site. And then the final one is the signage. The monument sign will comply, as Mr. Board explained. We have then two on the building signs, one at the front entrance and one at the rear entrance. So we request an SDD waiver, essentially to have three total signs, but the two of which are covered by an SDD waiver would be the front and rear entrance signs, and we will comply with both the design and the square footage, but so just the location. In terms of your proposed Special Development District findings, we believe the application is in harmony with both the town's comprehensive plan and your affordable housing goals. It's an appropriate location for multifamily. We believe the site plan is superior to strict conformance with the R13 or the RM1 zone, and the waivers requested are relatively minor. We have the review from the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, which endorsed our assertion that this is consistent with the town's plan of conservation and development, including specifically the adaptive reuse goal and the affordable housing goal. And then we believe it's as to be executed, it will be consistent with the neighboring uses. I would point out that you will be, if this is approved, you will be replacing a tax-exempt use with a use that will make payments under what's called a cooperative agreement with the town through the assessor's office. I'm aware that rodent and pest control has come up in some of the earlier multifamily applications that have come before you. So we've pointed out in our application materials that it is required by the low-income housing tax credit process and the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority that we have a complete program to address this entire issue. And then, of course, the Health District in their comment made a request for an assessment and an ongoing maintenance agreement, and we have agreed to that. So that issue is out there, and I think we have agreed up front to do everything that can reasonably be done to make sure that does not become a problem. Let me say a word about property values, and here I'm just going to date myself. I've been doing this kind of work for 40 years, and as part of my work, I've done a lot of work on multifamily affordable housing, including low-income housing tax credit developments. And I will tell you that the question of whether low-income housing development has an adverse impact on the value of neighboring properties has been studied thoroughly and nationally over decades, and the results are completely consistent. Either no impact or a slight positive impact. That is documented, and there's really no study anywhere that states a contrary conclusion. Not surprisingly, the key is good design and being a good neighbor. And as long as you do those two things, there is no reason to believe that there would be an adverse impact on property values. Another matter I just want to mention, you recall when we were here last year for 950 Trout Brook, we talked about shadows. We've done a study. There's no new shadow on any new building as a result of this proposed adaptive reuse and addition. We believe under 830G that we've met all the issues regarding health and safety. And so with that, recognizing that 45 minutes was perhaps a little aspirational, but I didn't want to give the hook to any of the team when they were covering the details. So I thank you for your attention. I hope we struck the right balance of moving through a lot of material quickly, but we appreciate you listening, and we're certainly here to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Attorney Hollister. And thank you to all the presenters. There was a good comprehensive, and I'm sure we will have some questions. But now what we'd like to do is hear from the public that came out tonight. So first I'm going to ask the clerk if we received written comments, and you can just say, quickly review those. And then we will start reading off the sign-up sheet. And just before the clerk, it's 3-minute. We ask for a 3-minute limit unless you're representing a group. You have 5 limits, a qualified group, and try not to repeat the same things, because you can just say I agree with so and so. That would be helpful because there's quite a few people that signed up, and we will go. If you're not signed up, we will ask for further comment as well. Okay, Mr. David.
Madam Mayor, the clerk is in possession of 7 letters for this particular application. One dated 10/19/2023 from the Chamber of Commerce. One dated 10/20/23 from Richard Gregoriadis. 10/22/23 from David Fink. 10/23/23 from Kevin Sullivan. 10/23/23 from John Goucher. 10/23/23 from David Sagers. 10/24/23 from Claire Dowd.
Would you like to just review whether they were supportive or?
Madam Mayor, it's some of them were hard to determine whether or not they were in favor or not. They were all been uploaded to your portal for the public hearing. I'd leave it to the council's discretion to determine if they're in favor or not in favor.
But there were some that were directly did state so.
Right. So the letter from the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Fink, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sagers, Ms. Dowd.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So I will begin reading off the sign-up sheet. And again, if you just signed in and you didn't want to speak, just let us know. That's fine. We understand. The first name I have is Sandy Alexander, and the second is Kate Cobes from the Chamber, which we did receive. Okay, I will keep reading. Ben Adler, and you would state your name and address for the record. If you don't live in town, we will suspend the rules. And 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ben Adler, 259 King Philip Drive. How's everybody? Okay. So my wife and I live very close. We've been there for 31 years. And we actually went to a congregation, Agudas, from time to time. We're actually members at Beth David, which is a different synagogue in town. But we did go to Agudas from time to time, and maybe for some events. Our children actually went to the school that was mentioned. That was in the basement. By the way, it's worth mentioning this business of 700 people. Wow. No. The most we ever, because we went there on a Saturday, the most we would ever see on a Saturday would be 25. And it really had no other activity during the week. So I'm not sure where that came from, but I'm sure it's just an error. So on the surface, we don't want a vacant property there. On the surface, I'd love affordable housing, and I'm all for it. I think sometimes the devil's in the details, right? And so we did get a visit from somebody, a representative of the applicant, you call it, right? And our biggest concern is crime. Specifically, very specifically, we're concerned about 2- and 3-bedroom apartments with the lowest income level. And we shared that concern with the representative from the applicant. The applicant assured us that the applicant had worked with the town of West Hartford and collected data about their other properties in town. And that data showed that there was no increase in crime for their other properties they had developed. Well, when I pressed, there was no data. It was actually informal meetings with people in the police department. Okay, so I contacted Captain Moffett, Captain Dan Moffo from the West Hartford Police Department. He and I had some back and forth, emails, phone calls, and after a few days, he assured me that to his knowledge, the applicant had never contacted the town of West Hartford about this project and crime, never contacted them about their other projects and crime. So immediately I'm concerned because, as I said, I'm in favor of affordable housing, but I'm concerned about this. So he had two suggestions, and I have one. First suggestion is from Captain Moffo that the applicant perform a study of their other projects in town, the study that presumably they had already performed, but they hadn't, and try to figure out whether there has or has not been an increase in crime. His second recommendation is that the applicant perform a study of similar affordable housing units in nearby towns, like Manchester, Glastonbury, and so forth, because perhaps the other developments that they've done in West Hartford are not in the type of neighborhood that this one is being proposed for. Perhaps there's a development not done by them, but by somebody else in maybe, I don't know, Glastonbury or Avon. And
Radley.
finally, the last recommendation is from me. No 2 and 3 bedroom apartments for the lowest income level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. The next person, I'm sorry that I think it's David Durbus. And then after that, Anthony Verde. Oh, yes. Kate, sorry. The screen is like, sorry.
Hi, David Durbus, 29 Harwich Lane in Tumblebrook Estates. Good evening. Thank you for this time. I do have a prepared statement, but I will agree. 1,000 people at Agudas Achim. I've lived in West Hartford the majority of my 65 years in that area of town. 1,000, 700. I don't know where you get your facts from. I find it hard to believe. I'm familiar with many great things the town has done and continues to do for our residents. I don't only appreciate the town's efforts, but I rely on them. Taxes we pay ensure our safety, fortify our school system, maintain our roads, etc. Through zoning regulations, we also rely on the town to maintain the integrity of where we live. I chose in large part to live at Tumblebrook Estates 27 years ago because of the respectful neighbors, minimal traffic congestion, limited intrusion from neighbors, and an overall calm environment. This proposed development will negate all of that. You're being asked to vary the zoning for a 49-unit monstrosity on which previously there was a quiet, peaceful house of worship. As you know, the proposed building will accommodate over 70 cars, have dumpsters near our property line that will attract rodents, and will concentrate upwards of 60 to 80 people in a relatively small area that is zoned residential. Where will these 60 to 80 new residents walk their dogs or go for a casual stroll? Through the private property of Tumblebrook Estates, probably as it's the most convenient. The fence, yeah, that's fine. But you know what you do with a fence? You walk around it. That's all you do. How about the parking lot lights polluting our neighborhood? Will they really spill over to our property, or will our property be shielded? It's going to spill over. 68 more cars slamming doors, blowing horns at all hours of the evening. How do I know this? Because before I moved back to West Hartford, I lived in an area zoned as what is proposed. These off-putting living conditions drove me from where I lived and back to West Hartford. This proposal portends numerous complaints to the police, increased and unwanted traffic congestion in spite of the traffic studies the developers have submitted, and animosity among future neighbors. To believe that this monstrosity will fit into the neighborhood is naive. As a resident of West Hartford, I understand the desire and need to transform this property. However, I ask you to consider the harshly negative impact this proposal will have on its existing neighbors. We rely on you to ensure the integrity of our neighborhood. We rely on you to ensure the reality of what we bought into when we moved to Tumblebrook Estates. I implore you to consider how this will impact our lives. You represent us.
Thank you.
It's unreasonable to ask the town to help ensure our right to a peaceful and quiet existence, which is what we've had at Tumblebrook Estates for the last 28 years and what we should have in the future. I please ask you to reject this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Durvis. The next, I'll have Kate, why don't you come up? And the next, after Kate Cobes is here from the chamber, and then Anthony Verde is next.
Good evening. My name is Kate Cobes. I am a resident of 20 Hilldale, which is in the neighborhood of the proposed building. But I'm here speaking on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce tonight. I am going to read the letter that was submitted, as was mentioned earlier, into the record. Dear Mayor Cantor and members of the Town Council, on October 5th, Jill Corrado, Executive Director of the West Hartford Housing Authority and CEO of Trout Brook Realty Advisors, met with the Chamber's Economic Development Committee. Jill provided a detailed overview of their proposal to redevelop the former Congregation Agudas Achim Synagogue at 1244 North Main Street to 49 units of multifamily mixed-income housing and answered questions. The Economic Development Committee voted unanimously to recommend that the Chamber's Executive Committee fully endorse the proposal, which the Executive Committee did at their meeting on October 10th. 1244 North Main will help West Hartford reach its goal of achieving a housing stock that is 10% affordable. The Chamber also believes that 1244 North Main proposal helps meet the goals of West Hartford's Plan of Conservation and Development by creating a diverse housing type and cost that will provide access to and availability of housing options not readily available in the north end of West Hartford. Employing adaptive reuse featuring the preservation of the stained glass facade of the former synagogue. Helping the town continue to support the efforts of nonprofit groups and for-profit developers to expand housing choice options in the community. Promoting the use of public transportation with direct access to CT Transit. For these reasons, the West Hartford Chamber urges the Town Council to approve the Trout Brook Realty Advisors proposal to redevelop the former Congregation Agudas Achim Synagogue at 1244 North Main Street. Signed, Chris Conway, President CEO, West Hartford Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Kate Cobes. Okay, the next person, Anthony Verde. After that, Charlotte Bauer. Okay, fine. And Charlotte Bauer, name and address. And then after that, Brian Renagan.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Bauer. I live at 1221 North Main Street, which is fundamentally right across from Agudas. My concerns are traffic and pedestrian safety. I'm even more concerned about pedestrian safety when I realized that the crosswalk was going to be one of those flashing warning signs. I'm a season ticket holder at Playhouse on Park. There's one of those things right outside as you leave the theater. 80% of the drivers totally ignore it. And Park does not have in the evening, does not have anywhere near the traffic that North Main Street has. The other thing that I don't really understand is, in terms of traffic, we're not talking about adding people going down and adding people coming up. We're talking about people making turns. And people coming out from the old Agudas are most likely, I think, going to jobs in West Hartford or Hartford, which means they're going to try to make a left-hand turn. And I think that's going to be very difficult. I live there. I am in my driveway for 3 or 4 minutes, many days, trying to make a right-hand turn to drive into the center of town. I don't try to make a left-hand turn during rush hour. I drive down, go down Trumbull Brook, come back on Bloomfield Avenue. There is a lot of traffic, and I think your design is beautiful. I think the way you've approached it is wonderful. I just think it is in totally the wrong and a very dangerous location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Next is Brian Renagan. And then Ruth and Fred Bloom. You'll state your name and your address.
It's Brian Ranigan. I'm at 36 Harwich Lane. I'm the president of the HOA over Tumblebrook. I, too, will read a letter that was from Rich Gregoritis to everyone. And it starts out with, and he couldn't be here, that's why I'm doing it. Dear Mayor Town Council, Mr. Dumas. He lives at 43 West Hartford Lane, Harwich Lane in West Hartford. And he's been there since 1974 as a West Hartford resident, and in Tumblebrook since the year 2000. He served on many boards throughout the time he's lived there. He's a retired civil engineer and has extensive experience in land development projects and related approvals. So he's done a lot what you guys have proposed and all of that. After carefully reviewing the documents that were received by the town council, now this dates back to 9/12, so he wrote this letter at that point. I wish to raise some concerns, and some of those are proposed multifamily housing projects requesting zone change from R13 to RM1 and a special development district overlay. Per my review of the documents, I feel the current design is overly aggressive from the land development perspective and warrants further refinements before approval of the project be considered. The first thing is a maximum number of dwelling units per structure, as we've heard and gone over, for a zone RM1 is 40 units per 177 attachment 4, which you have. There are 49 units shown on the plans, which is 9 over the maximum, the number of units established, and the required parking. As we talked about parking 68 spaces shown on the plan does not meet the town of West Hartford parking requirements. Apartment houses require CGS 8-2D9, 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. With 49 units, that calculates to 74. Management offices are shown on the schematic first floor plan, which require additional parking based on 1 space, 250 square feet, or additional 2 to 3 spaces. Of these 68 spaces shown, 2 are EV stations, as you saw. Will these charging facilities be available to outsiders or restricted? Will the tenant parking use be controlled as visitor? I think they did mention that. The submitted site plans show a maximum development property of buildings, paved areas for parking and drives. The minimum open space requirement is barely satisfied. This program is approved as submitted, and the 68 parking spaces are later determined to parking will not be allowed in Tumblebrook. As I mentioned earlier, the dumpster and the enclosure in the northeast corner, too close to the property, would have smell and rodents and noise. As you had mentioned, there would be convenient for tenants if the closer to the apartment. So that would be the suggestion. Generator location is too close to the property line. Can this be put on the roof? What would be the fuel source? And where would that fuel source be stored? Snow areas, I think, were mentioned as to accommodate a heavy snow winter. Although there is a bike room shown on the schematic first floor, no tenant storage area has been shown. Is this necessary? Is the east elevation shows 7 patios on the first floor? Where will the patio furniture be stored? Presently, no fencing. We know that they put in the fencing after talking to us. But in my regard, the fencing is good. But as you saw on their graphic, as they get closer to and increase their pavement, they're going to be taking some of those trees out that were 30, 40, 50 years old, and they're huge. And then they're going to put in something that's going to grow quickly in a year. My area is the L-shaped. I live in the courtyard with 3 other residents, and we're going to be looking at that building coming right at us and people looking into our courtyard for privacy. And there's nothing to block it because those trees will not be doing that. The other couple things are, per the zoning map, the entire surrounding area is zoned as an R13 or R20, 1 family resident districts. R13 allows 1 family house, 1 per lot, as permitted use. Other uses are such as parks, schools, place of worship are allowed with only a special permit. Current R13 standards allow 12,750 square feet minimum use. This parcel could theoretically be developed into 6 parcel residential divisions as a permitted use.
Okay, just wind up, Mr. Rainigan,
Okay.
because we want to hear from everyone.
Sure. The other rental projects with affordable component completed are adjacent to commercial areas which are readily accessible by walking. The nearest commercial area is Bishop Corner, which is 1.1 mile away. Daily chores of banking, mail, grocery shopping are required.
Thank you.
We would definitely be voting against this movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranigan. Next is Ruth and Fred Bloom. After that, Stephen Feltman. Okay, Stephen Feltman. After that, Larry, and then Nagel, maybe?
Good evening, Mayor Cantor and council members. My name is Steve Feltman, and I've lived in West Hartford for 60 years. My wife Elise and I live at 24 Harwich Lane at Tumblebrook Estates, which abuts the Agudas Achim Synagogue property. We have enjoyed living at Tumblebrook Estates for 20 years. It has been a comfortable residential area located away from retail and commercial centers and activity. In fact, the closest retail location is Bishop's Corner, which is 1.1 miles away and is not convenient for walking. The written opinions submitted by Mr. Fink on Lynbrook Road, Mr. Sagers, 4 Mile Road, and Mr. Sullivan, Timberwood Road, who live outside the 500-foot radius around the proposed project, do not consider the difference between the 1244 North Main Street location, which is a residential area, and other Trout Brook Realty locations that are in or next to commercial and retail spaces. I ask that the council please consider this major difference. Safety and security concerns. Traffic. The traffic between the intersection of 218 on North Main Street and Route 185, Simsbury Road, between that and Woodmont Road is heavy during morning and afternoon rush hours. When heading south from the intersection, the traffic merges to one lane where Still Road enters from the west. This merge is dangerous regardless of the accident data referenced in the Fuss and O'Neill report included with the application. We hear horns blowing, brakes screeching during heavy traffic times because of cars forcing their way through the merge. By adding a crosswalk at Woodmont Road, the traffic jam and merge will be even worse and will create a true danger to pedestrians in the crosswalk. Trespassing and resident safety. We are concerned that tenants from the building will cut through the Tumblebrook Estates property or walk their dogs on our property. This is a security and safety issue for my wife and I. In fact, some homes adjacent to the synagogue property have been sold or placed on the market due to safety reasons as well, a concern for a decrease in property values. Tenants and lessees. Although Trout Brook Realty representatives have assured us of a rigorous application process for potential tenants, even they have agreed that once a lease is signed, there is no guarantee of who will be living there in addition to the lease signatory. Additionally, eviction for a lease violation is a difficult and lengthy process.
Mr. Feldman, please finish up.
I shall. I respectfully request that a review of police calls in the existing Trout Brook Realty locations be compared to the police calls in those areas prior to the building these projects. In closing, Elise and I are opposed to this development and strongly urge the town council not approve this application and zone change and to seek an alternative residential development option to include home ownership rather than a rental property. Homeowners have a vested interest in their property. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Feltman. Larry Nagel, or you can correct that when you come up here. And on deck, Melissa Nathan. And on deck after that, Sophia Hill. Okay. Okay. So Larry, no. Melissa? Oh, okay. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Melissa Nathan. I just wasn't going to come up, but I just heard Mr. Feltman speak, and I live on 35 Harwich. My unit is, I guess we would say, when you would pull into the synagogue. I'm right on the corner. But my point is, the traffic, I can tell you all night long, is just horrendous. I couldn't even imagine. I can't even get out of Still Road. People were saying can't take a left, can't take a right. It's just like living by the hospital. I mean, it's all night long. I couldn't imagine the traffic that was going to cause, let alone a bunch of other things. I think the building looks good. We need fencing, we need security, but it's going to be a nightmare. So that's just my personal opinion. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Nathan. Sophia, next is Sophia Hill, and then Erica Torres. After that? Okay. Joseph Moreau.
Hello, Council and my fellow community members of higher intelligence. Thank you for coming. I was grateful to see the presentation. It was well done. I would definitely hire you if I had a team, and needed to do this. But my concern is the fact that I live at, my name is Joseph Merrill. I live at 1199 North Main Street. I'm directly across from Tumble Brook. So I have three options when I come out on my driveway. I go left, right, or try to directional cross when there's enough space to try to get out there, instead of waiting like 5 minutes to get onto that road. But we walk our dog, and we have 3 teenagers in our home, and just to mow the lawn sometimes and even shovel snow, we're almost getting hit out there. And even walking the dog at the other crosswalk, people don't pay attention to the crosswalks, no matter how many crosswalks you have. But I just ask that you as the council and you people are trying to get this through the council here, that if you were in my home and you had your family living there, would you want this to be there? Because it's added risk, it's added cars, because the precedent in the last 3 years has been no vehicles coming out of that place. That's the precedent now. And like you said, you gave some numbers out there and stuff, but it's added to the situation. It adds to the risk of the road. It adds to the risk of my living there on that street. Everything's an add, even with that dumpster and the bear issues that we have now and then. It's all a factor. It all adds to it. So I'm just saying, think about yourselves over profits, because that's what this is. It's a disguise as helping the community, but it's really certain people are getting profits from it. And yes, it's good for work and everything, but I just appreciate you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreau. Next person is Adam Sharp, and then after that, Nona Trachtenberg.
Hey, good evening. My name is Adam Sharp. I live at 1265 North Main Street, which is right across the street. You could see my driveway in most of those slides. So I would echo the concerns of most of the other neighbors. My wife and I are strongly opposed to this. We bought this house in 2008, and we really liked the single-family neighborhood. I think my main concerns remain around the pedestrian issues and the traffic, as well as the southbound bus lane, or bus stop, I should say, is actually on my property. It's right in front. And I think anyone coming out of that complex that doesn't own a car, that needs to get to West Hartford or into work in Hartford, they're all going to want to go south, and they're all going to be standing on my property. And then today I deal with that. It's okay. There's a little bit of littering. I expect a major multiple increase of that type of stuff, and not very supportive of that. This year my daughter started school at King Philip. She enjoys walking home. I don't know if we're going to allow that anymore if a project like this goes forward. The safety concerns, the additional traffic and pedestrian concerns are significant, and the feel of the neighborhood we've always really enjoyed. Like I said, we've been there 15 years. We love our neighbors. We have some good relationships there. And this is not what we would have chosen to live right next door to when we bought our house in 2008. This is actually what we tried to get away from when we moved to this spot in town. So we would just ask that you consider rejecting this proposal and looking at some of the other areas in town that are already zoned for this, that are way more appropriate, where it would fit right in. This just seems really out of place and inappropriate from our perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Nana Trachtenberg. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Alice Reese. Also, okay. Stephen Lauren Levine. Okay. Paul Terher, yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Chernauskas. I live at 18 Harwich Lane. I just make a quick comment of the schmaltz that was presented here, and it's appropriate to the synagogue. It was schmaltz. The attorney was totally out of line. If that synagogue, which I've been to many times, I've lived in West Hartford since 1967, and I've lived in Tumblebrook Estate for the last 18 years. If there was 1,000 or 700 people there, the synagogue would still be running. It wouldn't be sold, okay? The traffic count that the gentleman proposed, the dates that he gave, I'm pretty sure were during COVID. Come on, let's get this thing straight. I know they present a great program, but it's the worst thing for that neighborhood. Please, if any one of you guys lived anywhere there, I'm sure you would oppose it. So think of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next one is Miss Olfsen. I'm not sure the first name. Oh, okay. Deborah and George Levine. Linda Andrew. Rachel Stein Ukura.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Rachel Stein Echevarria. I live at 37 Old Meadow Road. I'm not in the 500 feet district, but I am a parent of a child that is at Aiken. So I'm coming from the side of looking at the schools. Aiken Elementary School is amazing. This apartment complex would feed into the schools. I appreciate, Chuck Corsi, you looking into this and giving some numbers. I want to make the points of the Goodwin is not in a residential area like our residence is. It's right across from a commercial property, and it's very walkable. As you heard before, it's 1.1 miles from where this place would go into to get to Bishop's Corner. The two properties on New Park that affected those school districts, they are in commercial areas. They are over by where Home Depot is, and that area very different from our neighborhood setting. So the feeding of numbers into those schools, I can understand why they were lower. This is an amazing walkable community. It's why we chose to move here and live here. I would definitely look at your 2 bedrooms and your 3 bedrooms and how many kids would be impacted in that, because at your rent numbers, and speaking to the Goodwin, my understanding is the rent is not as low as what's going in to the L. So with the rent being as low as you're proposing, why wouldn't families want to move in with children, which would impact the Aiken School, as well as King Philip, which I think still has trailers behind it for classrooms. My kid is not there right now, so I cannot speak to that, but I do know way back when they had classrooms and trailers. And then as well as the Hall High School. So my husband and I are very opposed to this from the school looking at, and as well as this proposal and the other Yukon property that would also affect the apartments that would go into the Aiken neighborhood too. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And the next I have Melanie O'Shea. Okay, and Alexander Estrada. Okay, Michael and Rebecca Schulman. Okay, Steve and Lori Strauss. Okay, Tracy Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Wilson. I live in the other end of town at Ridgewood Road on a very well-traveled street as well, but I do not live in the 500-foot area. I'm also the town historian, and I'm here to support the housing development at 1244 North Main Street. I know many people say our town is getting too crowded. In fact, our population peaked in the early 1970s at 72,000 people. Today, our population is about 64,000 people, about 10% fewer than 50 years ago. Change is not easy. We mostly like where we live and are used to our circumstances and surroundings. And as you hear tonight, many of us love our neighborhoods. And more people would like to live here, a sign of flattery, but low and moderate income housing is not easy to find. Properties and towns change over time. In 1760, the Butlers built a farmhouse which stood on this land for 207 years. In 1924, the land was zoned residential. In 1967, the synagogue was built and the land was rezoned for that. The Butler House was torn down, and the land to the north of the house, also high-density housing, was owned by the state. It was acquired as a right-of-way for Route 291, which was planned to go from the stack on I-84 near the mall through the reservoir to connect to Cottage Grove Road. A 4-year fight in the late 1960s stopped that highway. Now developers with the West Hartford Housing Authority have the chance to use the facade of the synagogue to build housing at 1244 Main. This location is on a bus line and near local schools. It is not packed in the southeast section of town where so much of the low to moderate income housing is located. What a great place to welcome new residents to the town. People who walk and bike have legitimate concerns about more traffic. But studies show residential development does not generate that much traffic at peak hours. Finally, and I wasn't sure I was going to say this, but after listening to the comments, I think this is important. This Saturday, I'm giving a talk at the Faxon Library about Eleanor Roosevelt, Beatrice Fox Auerbach, and the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Declaration's 30 principles have been ringing in my ears this week because of some negative local comments about people who might move into this development, which I have certainly heard this evening, and the cruel loss of life in the Middle East and Europe. The first article proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. I urge the town council to support this development and for the town to welcome people who choose to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Beth Bai. Next person is Beth Bai, and then I have Claire Dowd.
Good evening. My name is Beth Bai. I live at 251 Ridgewood Road, and I really appreciate the town council tonight, and I see what you go through, and I certainly see it firsthand, and I'm sorry, Tracy, that you were exposed to that, and I appreciate your comments. I have to be here tonight because I know to many of you, I've been at campaign events. I've talked to you about my concerns about affordable housing in West Hartford and the impact of not having enough affordable housing on new families, on the town, and the fact that it was too much on the south end of town. When I was in the Senate, Mayor, we had conversations, and you said, we work with the Housing Authority, and we'll work with folks when space comes available. This is really evidence that you're committed to affordable housing if this goes through. In my work life, I'm the Commissioner of Early Childhood, and I work with other human service commissioners, and we say if there's one thing we could do to help families, to help adults, behavioral health, to help people find stable jobs, it's if they could have stable housing. We know that the lack of affordable housing in other states and in Connecticut really poses challenges for young families. When you look at asset-limited families in the state, a single adult or two adults with two children, what a single adult who's making $33,000 a year can afford for rent is $800. That's working full-time. With two adults and two young children, a family needs $106,000 to afford $1,100 a month in rent. What's being proposed here is in that range. I want families who are working, who are maybe not making as much as other families, but who want to live here to live here. That's the kind of community that I want to live in. And finally, I have a sister with a progressive disease. She worked full-time as a nurse for 35 years. She can't work anymore. Her income was cut by 50%. She can't drive. She needs a bus. I want to think that West Hartford's the kind of community that would have a place that she could stay and a way to stay in this town and afford housing. She may have afforded a mortgage for many years, but she didn't. Any one of us could lose our jobs, could lose our standing, and we need options in town. I'm really grateful to the Housing Authority as you move forward and help our town move toward a 10% affordable option. And again, I'm really grateful for your work here, listening to both sides and making the best decision for our town. And I hope we'll think about all families having the right to stable, affordable housing in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And Claire Dowd is
Hi, good evening. I think I'm the last speaker, if I'm not mistaken. Good evening, Mayor Cantor, esteemed members of the West Hartford Town Council, and fellow residents. I appreciate and respect the opinions and concerns that have been expressed by all residents this evening. My name is Claire Doyle Dowd, and I'm the chair of the West Hartford Housing Authority's Board of Commissioners. I've been a proud resident of this wonderful town since 2002, and my husband and I have raised 3 beautiful children in this town. Where we live and where we choose to live impacts our well-being, our sense of community, and our safety. Our town has done a remarkable job in elevating these aspects, leading to rising property values and unparalleled public services. What makes housing quality, affordable housing? What do we mean by that? It's a community where people of diverse financial backgrounds coexist, paying market rates and affordable rates that they can afford. It's a building that complements the character of its surroundings, not disrupts it. It's a community where common areas in affordable housing development is designed well with quality, high finishes. It's affordable housing where there's maintenance and upkeep that is a priority, including landscaping, mowing the lawn, clearing the snow, having appropriate water drainage, all things that we care about and that are needed in affordable housing. And quality affordable housing is a development where the owner and developer of that property is responsible and invested in the long-term investment of that property and the quality of that property. The L embodies all of these ideals. The L will provide market rate housing and affordable housing. It will serve a wide range of professions in the affordable housing units, from teaching assistants to nursing assistants to retail managers. The L respects our town history by thoughtfully repurposing a beautiful synagogue. The L promises an interior design that balances affordability with quality. The owners and developers of this property are committed to maintaining high standards that are in line with what we expect in West Hartford and what we deserve. The L will have superior green design standards, including solar, an all-electric building that increases the value of this development. I've been on the board of the West Hartford Housing Authority since 2018. I've seen firsthand how exceptional standards make a difference in affordable housing. I stand before you to urge the approval of this development. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you, fellow residents of West Hartford, for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Dowd. So that completes the sign up. Is there anyone that did not sign up that would like to come on up to the mic, state your name and address for the record?
Hello, I'm Anthony LeBlanc, and I live at 8 Oldfield Road, which is right. You can almost see it right on the display here. I think A lot of our neighbors have brought up some good points. I have a lot of the same concerns. One thing I'll note is that no one within the 300 or 500 mile radius has spoken in favor of this development, which I think is significant. I can speak personally. Our biggest concerns are the traffic. I think everyone else has kind of done an excellent job of articulating why in terms of taking left turns. I think, I don't really have anything else to add. I don't want to keep people here longer than we need to, so I'll just say that we are not in favor of this development.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Is there anybody else that would like to speak that has not signed up?
My name is Linda Andrew. I'll be very quick. My house is
you're
1218 North Main Street. I'm right, that house right there is mine. The second one over to the synagogue. I worry about the number of units in the property. The other properties that Trout Brook has used are in areas where it's very walkable to get to places. And I think you sort of need a car where you are, even though you're on a bus route. It's not, a mile is a long way to walk. So I think the number of cars that the application shows that they don't need the 1.5 per unit may be a little bit ambitious. So I would hope that, I would echo everything in Richard's letter and hope that you would look at that, because I don't think it's exactly like the other properties. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, so we're going to, I think we'll have the applicant come back up, answer some of the questions, followed by some additional council questions I'm sure that we'll have. But I think it's important for you to, because otherwise we have unanswered questions. So why don't, Mr. Hollister, why don't you come up and maybe address some of the questions you heard, and we can repeat maybe some that we heard that we either would like to hear your, your response or just get clarification.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Tim Hollister. First of all, we listen to the neighbors as we have been doing for several months, and I will tell you, I don't think I or the rest of the members of the team have any inclination to just take them on comment by comment, one by one. I think there was some misinformation, some misunderstandings, but let me just point out two things, and then I think maybe Jill and Chuck have some other things to say. Peak numbers. Respectfully, the people did not listen to what I said. The information that I presented was given to me by a member of the congregation who was there in 1967 and was there in 2019 when the congregation ceased. And he told me that over that 61-year period, at peak times, the highest numbers that were achieved was 1,000 people approximately on high holy days and 700 people at regular services. Now remember, that is not every week. It is certainly not in the last 10 years. He represented them to me as peak numbers. That is what I reported, and I think people misunderstood what I meant by peak. But I do think that is a useful comparison, because those are large numbers, but they did, according to this gentleman, occur. Second thing I'll say is, as I said, I've been doing this for a long time, and one thing I hear as a representative of multifamily and affordable development is the traffic in our neighborhood is horrendous. I hear that word a lot. I would just point out that the testimony is about existing conditions, and the subliminal message is, well, we can handle it, but anybody knew that would be unsafe. So there's just a little bit of an inconsistency there that I point out. So Jill and Chuck, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Tim. Yes, Chuck Corsi again for the record, 21 Walbridge Road. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Adler, who spoke earlier and who met with me. We met on October 9th. I don't want to get to a back and forth about what was said or wasn't said, but if you look on page 16 of my notes, you'll see the summary of my back and forth with Mr. Adler. And again, I really appreciate him taking the time to speak with me. I did say to him that the Housing Authority gets updates from the West Hartford Police Department about activity at their properties. After that discussion, and again, I'm not aware and I am not privy to any discussions that he had offline with the West Hartford Police Department, so I certainly can't speak to that. But after our meeting, he had requested that I provide him with that information, police reports that the police department provides to the West Hartford Housing Authority. And quite frankly, I did not think that that was my place to do that. I have shared with him and with others that there is not any, this is like any other multifamily community in town. People that live here, that will live here and that live in other places want to live in a safe, quiet community. I think any comments about what, and I also, you know, I feel it's really, well, I'm not going to, I just want to stick to the facts here. I would encourage, if there are questions about these communities in public safety and with the police department, it's far more appropriate for maybe the manager to address those than for us. But again, I'm not aware of any, I haven't seen any correspondence with the West Hartford Police and between Mr. Adler. I appreciate him taking the time to meet with him. The information that I have in my report, I stand by that. And I'd be happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will open it up for questions from the council. And we can begin with whoever wants to. Okay, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. One of the things that stood out to me in the presentation was the conversation about the Department of Transportation and their role in this application. I don't know if it's better to go through the applicant or through Gina to kind of get on the record what that process looks like and how that plays into this application.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. That was going to be my first question.
Good evening. For the record, again, it's Mark Fertucci from Fuss & O'Neill. Should this get approved at the town level, we will need to go to the Department of Transportation's District 1 office for an encroachment permit review. So we would submit the site plans, we would submit the traffic study to the district. They would do their review. They'd review the sidewalks, the crosswalks, the RRFB that we're proposing, the impact of left turns and turns into and out of the site, and then provide comments and any recommendations they might have, and we would have to address those. The road is under their jurisdiction. So,
and could you? Is there? Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Is there a opportunity for the public to provide input to the Department of Transportation on that?
Not in that process, because they won't look at it until it's approved at the local level. So they've assumed that the town has gone through its due diligence, town staff has reviewed it, planning and zoning or town council has approved, and so they're really looking at improvements proposed in their state right-of-way and impacts to the state roadway system. So they wouldn't get into comments on internal site issues unless it somehow affected traffic on North Main Street. But they're going to be focused on the curb cut and vehicles turning in and out and the crosswalk and the signs and the RRFBs.
And then just to follow up on that, this is probably for Gina. Is there any, so with regards to putting a crosswalk at that, is there any other steps that we need to take on the town level, or is just having this a part of the application all that we need to do?
So I think the question is, if the proposed crosswalk, is there any further action that the town would
Yeah.
need to take, or if that's on there and the state approves it, is there anything else that the town would need to do?
Well, the town staff has reviewed the application. So, the engineering staff's provided comments. They did see the crosswalk, the sidewalk extensions, the RRFB. I think even, I think it was recommended, that we consider those applications. So they do fully support what we've shown on the site plan.
And then just a little more information on the crosswalk. So
Mhm.
why do you want the crosswalk at that location? There's lots of different intersections along North Main Street with Northwest, St. Thomas, Trout Brook, but why at that particular spot, and why did the staff recommend that?
Well, we're expecting residents from this development, if they're going to be walking up and down North Main Street, or they're going to be accessing the bus stop, they're going to want to cross the road. So we want a crosswalk that's centrally located to the front of the development, so they can get across. If we were to, slide 2, okay. All right.
It's not a slideshow.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. The clerk has to fix it.
Or you could just hit slide 2.
All right, okay. All right.
To the left.
Left?
Up and down. Slide 2. One more.
Or you could just click on slide 2.
There you go.
Is that good?
That's it. Yep.
All right, good. Okay, so as I mentioned, so we're proposing, I'm sure if the button is working here. Oh, there we go. We're proposing the sidewalk along our site frontage. The crosswalk here would be on the south side of Woodmont. So centrally located to the building entrances, so somebody coming across will go straight across the crosswalk and then access the existing sidewalk that runs along the west side of North Main Street. We wouldn't want to put the crosswalk, this is at an intersection, so it's at a good location where there's, vehicle turning movements. We wouldn't want to put it north or south because, people are they take the shortest route from A to B when they're walking. So we don't want people, jaywalking across the road when there's no crosswalk there. That's a risk of being hit. So if there's a high visibility crosswalk and we have the signs, we have the buttons, the beacons, it's a much safer crossing for them to get over to the existing sidewalk on the west side.
And just to further on that, there's a gentleman earlier today who said that his property is right there on the bus line.
Can you point that out?
Yeah, could you point out the bus line on there?
Is it
One person
is it
at a
over
time,
here?
please, guys.
Is that correct? The bus stop's in this area, I believe? Yeah, it's a little bit off of there. Yeah.
Is it to the left?
It's
to right.
It's north.
They can't see my pointer, but yeah.
The point I'm getting at is I think he made a valid point that if there's going to be more traffic or more use of that bus stop, would the applicant consider doing more to renovate that bus stop to make it more accessible and maintained? I think and that's an unfortunate thing because if people are going to be using it, I think the owner does have a right to have not his or her property interfered with, and I think that would be something we'd love to know if you guys would consider. And we can. I'll wait for other people to have questions, but it's something that I would want to know more about.
Would you like to comment on that, or? Yeah.
No, it would go through us. So we can't have that interactive back and forth for the record. It's very hard for people to follow.
Yeah.
So
I think
if
that's
you want to
something-
write down something and give it to the applicant, that would be fine. Or to get it to our attorney, our corporation counsel, that'd be fine too.
So I think that's something we can discuss and look at.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, we can talk to the town manager, but from what I understand, it's up to the town to maintain the cleanliness of the bus stops. That was according to my Connecticut DOT meeting last week.
That is correct, Mayor.
Yes. All right. Okay. So any other, thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Ms. Blanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the applicants for submitting your application to us this evening. Very comprehensive. I do have a few questions, and some of my questions do align with the folks who came before us for the public comment. And I see where you have placed the trash receptacle, I guess I'll call it, or dumpster. And my question is, for the size of this property in units, is that an adequate size dumpster for 49 rentals? How often would the dumpster be picked up and removed and maintained? And I come at this question with a little bit of experience, having 3 daughters living in apartment buildings and always complaining about the trash dumpsters aren't maintained properly. And I'm not saying that this is the case for you all in this particular application, but I am curious, especially for the abutting neighbors, as well as the snow removal here in New England. When we begin to plow, where will that snow go as we begin to either push it back towards the fence and the trees? So that's sort of a combo question. And then I have another question from the presentation where you talked about erecting the trees, where they would be tall enough to provide some type of barrier. So the question with that is, how often would these trees be maintained? How quickly would they grow up to provide that type of barrier? And then a question that I have, and I've observed with the development in town, is as you begin to prepare the construction site, will there be some type of screening for the neighbors so that they're not looking at the construction throughout the phase or throughout the period? I know back in the day, when you would erect the fence to keep people out, you would usually have some type of screening. I don't know what it's called, some type of material or what have you. So those are some of my questions, and it's in concern for the residents, because after the construction workers go home, residents still have to look at this property until it's completely finished and developed. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Jeff Board, Professional Engineer, Connecticut. Happy to answer those questions. So from a trash removal standpoint, I know typically on their developments, they have trash pickup twice a week. We have adequately sized that dumpster enclosure and placed it in that location for the vehicular movements required to pick up the trash in the corner there. One of the things that, with the fence being there, and the fact that it's enclosed on 3 sides by that CMU block, it's a nicer looking dumpster enclosure, if there's such a thing. It matches the architecture of the building, and then that fence actually ties into it on either side. So there's not that opportunity anymore where there's no barrier in between the two. So comfortable from an operations standpoint. If 2 times a week weren't enough for some reason, they would increase the frequency to 3 times a week so that things weren't building up within the dumpster enclosure. Regarding snow removal, that was an interesting one. Most of our developments right now, especially in New England, given the year, we either get 4 inches or 4 feet, depending on what's going on. A lot of times in developments, and similar to this case, we provide areas of snow storage along the perimeter, and in this case, that fence actually helped to provide that snow shelf. We had areas up around here and in here, and then along that back fence line in this location. Now that would handle your typical storm during the winter. In larger storm events, that would inevitably have to be trucked off-site, and that would be coordinated with the developer here and the owner. Regarding the trees, let me see if I can find that one exhibit that shows them. So one of the switches that we made was to one of these, let me see if I can find the name. It was was a certain type of arborvitae that's installed at 8 feet in height, and that's the one that the only size that I have as far as growth period is it doubles in size within a year. I don't know after that how long it would take to get up to that 30 feet, but you're talking about a 15 to 16 foot evergreen, basically, within a year of being planted. One of the other things, in hearing some of the concerns from the residents, a lot of times we install smaller deciduous trees, so smaller caliper trees that go in at a lesser height, and obviously those take quite a bit of time to fill in. One of the things that our professional landscape architect introduced was much larger caliper trees upon install in those couple of areas that we identified on the north and to the east that were installed at a 15-foot height right out of the gate. So those are deciduous. So obviously in the winter time, those will drop leaves similar to what's out there today. But that was the other one. And then what was your last comment? The construction fencing. Typically, if there are screening concerns, what we can do is normally there's a construction fence along that perimeter, probably in line with where our proposed fence would go, and we can introduce what they just call privacy slats or some sort of screening on that north and eastern face, so that you're not looking through just a normal chain link fence, and it just helps to screen what's going on behind the fence there.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. Any of you guys have any questions? Okay, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the developers for that presentation. I have two questions. One was the owner-paid utilities. I know that, in real estate, if I don't ask specifically what those utilities are, is it for every apartment? Is it just for the hallways? But what are those owner-paid utilities? And the other one, there's a cooperative agreement with the town. The specifics behind that cooperative agreement.
I think I've been sitting too long, creaking. The owner-paid utilities, so that's a decision that we make, when we're trying to run our financial performance to see how the building can operate. What's our best, best operationally. If we pay the utilities on behalf of tenants, and it would be the units, it would be the common space and all the units. We have a better handle on how much it costs to run the building, which helps us make decisions about how to change things as needed. If the tenants pay their own, they may get like a utility allowance as part of their rent calculation. We don't necessarily have control over the utility allowance. It may not correlate to our building specifically in terms of the actual costs. So we can better gauge how efficient, like where we're spending our money when we're paying the full utilities. In terms of the cooperation agreement, so at our mixed income properties, we pay full regular tax on the common areas and the market rate units. We're taxed just like everybody else. We fill out the property, gosh, I forget what they're called, income and expense reports for the assessor. And so they sort of assess our property based on any other property in town. The affordable side, there's a pilot agreement. There's a calculation that is run on those units, and that's based on rental income for those specific units. So I'll give you an example. At our property at 616 New Park, we pay real estate tax, and we also pay a pilot. The total of those, I don't know if you want to know, but is around $55,000 a year, just as an example.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Winograd first. Both of you will go down the line.
Just a couple, because they've been already asked. Just a follow-up on the fencing. So I guess my question to the developer is whether or not, I understand it's being put in the request of neighbors for, and certainly understand the issue with car lights and that sort of thing. But from the point of view of the developer, is this enhancing the property, or is this something that you're sort of doing that you wouldn't have done otherwise, but you're looking to try to make the neighbors happy.
I can say it's Jeff Board again. A little bit of both. I think in this instance, there was a heightened sense of awareness for the existing vegetated buffers on the north and east side of the site. So the way, when we looked at a fence initially and putting it on the property line, it really eliminated a lot of that existing vegetation. The solution that we came to, and hearing the concerns, was to put it more on our side, just 4 feet off the back of our curb. So I would argue that from a property standpoint, it does a few things, and the residents were right in the sense that it does screen the headlights. And again, we had shrubs and low-lying plants, but inevitably you'd see car lights through that depending on the time of year. In this case, now that blocks that. So the fence is really for security, whereas the supplemental landscaping is really what we're considering the screening. But yeah, I don't think one way or the other. It can be designed without, but I think harmoniously we were able to make it work with that existing landscaping in concert with our professional landscape architect.
And through you, Madam Mayor. And I see a couple options have, will the specific fencing be, who has to approve that? Is that something because we don't have those details now, I guess.
So typically what we were proposing on the plan right now, and you could see in this location here, it's just a 6-foot wooden board-on-board fence. We also showed an option for a 6-foot vinyl fence here. Both look aesthetically pleasing. I think ultimately when we got to our building permit process, assuming it did get approved, some of those details, i.e. manufacturer, would be provided to the town at that time.
And just one more question on fencing, I think. So if we approve this plan, are we approving anything that wouldn't otherwise be approved through the normal application process for fencing? In other words, we're not voting on something that would otherwise be too high or too.
No.
Okay.
So long as there's no fencing in the DOT right of way, that would be the only caveat to that. Is if there was something within the right of way, which you're not allowed to do anyways, it'd be DOT jurisdiction.
All right. Thank you. And just one other question: the mention of brownfield request that you'll be making to try to get money for that. I'm just wondering what that process is and whether that's sort of something you're relying on in order to finance this plan.
I missed it. Jill Corrado again. The brownfields, right, so the application has been submitted. It's under review with DECD. They had a couple of minor, I think, clarification questions. We've answered them. It's back with them for review. Certainly would be great to get. If we don't, we'll have to figure out another financing source. It's sort of what we do. So we're hopeful. I think it was a great application. Kristen Gorski was amazing in the process with us, and so fingers crossed for that. But if not, we'll make it up somewhere else with our other financing.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Winograd. Mr. Zedin, Ms. Fay, do you have a question before I go?
Yes.
Ms. Fay, go.
Okay, just a quick one. Thank you, Mayor Cantor. Just in regards to the footprint, with the parking lot and where the building's going to be, I go by that all the time, and I'm concerned about environmental impacts with, are we expanding the pavement and the site of the building beyond what was there? And I'm just wondering about, water overflow and runoff and things like that. So can you kind of give me where we were and where we are going to?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So a couple of things. So you highlight some good points. So there was an area on the north side where we had extended out about 4 feet in this bottom corner. So there was a little bit of area on that side, and then it's about 8 to 10 feet on this side from that existing curb line. One of the things with that extension and the increase in impervious, it was about 2,000 square feet. That stormwater system that I highlighted earlier actually leaves it less flow coming off of the site in all the storm events. in accordance to the water quality manual. And then in addition to that, even though there's that slight increase in impervious, there's currently no water quality treatment right now. So anything that lands in that parking lot, cars are parked there, there's oil that's getting into those catch basins, all of that drains directly through this catch basin into a much larger storm pipe before discharging directly into the water body up north of here. So this application is actually going to clean the stormwater up quite a bit from what's currently out there. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Fay. Ms. Poulin, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Just two questions. The first is, I too am a little bit concerned about that crosswalk just in the middle of North Main Street there. And excuse my ignorance, because I haven't seen a lot of these proposals yet. But is it possible to put in a traffic light that's only activated when someone pushes the crosswalk button? And I assume that would have to go through DOT, but is that something that could potentially be approved?
I believe what you're referring to is, well, it's what's known as a hawk signal. There's a few of them in Stanford where you push the button and they're a triangular three lights that either are red, they're flashing red, or they're flashing yellow. That would be a full-on traffic signal installation with mast arms and everything there at the intersection. I don't believe for the volume of pedestrian traffic that we'd be generating here, the DOT would approve something like that. There's pedestrian volume warrants for that type of application. It's also at an intersection, so it could give the drivers a conflicting, you wouldn't have any signal heads for Woodmont, so you'd have to install a whole new signal at the intersection and incorporate the pedestrian phase into it. I can tell you the pedestrian and the traffic volumes are well below what the manual and uniform traffic control devices would require for a full-on signal installation there. So that's why we're proposing the RRFBs. As I mentioned before. So it's a flashing beacon. It doesn't require the vehicle to stop. The pedestrian still has to look both ways after they push the button, but with the flashing beacon, it just draws a lot more awareness to the crosswalk, and drivers see it much more readily than they would if there was just a plain old crosswalk and sign there. So.
One quick follow-up on that is, I believe there's not a crosswalk at the intersection with Simsbury Road. Do you agree with that? So if people wanted to walk out of the complex, there's no sidewalk on that side anyway, but let's say that there were, and they wanted to walk north out of the complex past the entrance to Tumblebrook, they would get to the intersection with Simsbury Road. It's about 0.2 of a mile. But I don't think that intersection has a crosswalk in any direction either. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'd have to pull up an aerial, but we're not. We're focused at our development frontage and just getting pedestrians across to that sidewalk. We're not, extending sidewalks or crosswalks beyond the scope of our study area. That's beyond the scope of what this project would would be expected to do.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
I just have one other question. It's not for you, though.
Yeah,
I think it's for Jill. There were some questions after the presentation around the applicant screening process. So can you just come back up and remind us how you screen applicants for these apartments and what the rules are once you're determined to be eligible to live in these apartments?
I'm back. Yes, I sure can. Thank you. Great question. We as a landlord are able to set our own screening procedures. So, we work on a wait list, as I mentioned our wait list before. So name comes off the wait list. We run a background check. We run a credit check. We don't have to accept all felonies. We don't have to accept every single person that makes it through the wait list. I'm sorry. We don't accept any felonies within 10 years, which is what I had mentioned before. So I apologize if I misspoke just now. And so we don't, we can deny people for past evictions, for instance, felonies, sexual offenses, credit. We do some of our own screening, so we don't just sort of just throw anybody into our buildings. We have a place to run, and so, and we have, an entire building full of residents that, as a landlord, we're responsible for, allowing them to have a safe environment as well. And so we take that very seriously. It's not, our wait lists are large, so it's not like we're, having to take people. We can be critical with our screening, and we do. And it's been successful. In terms of crime, I'll sort of bring that topic back up. I mean, we do, as an agency, go to the police department and we get police reports on our buildings. We need to know that information because if we're not told, we can't take action. So we do actually do that as a matter of course, where we go just as any other citizen would and pull the police reports for our tenants, for our buildings. We look at them. If any action needs to be taken, we take it. But we looked at data, again, in the normal course of our business. And there, this year there was nothing that occurred at our buildings that required us to take action.
Thank you.
Sorry, I went into the other
That's okay.
spiel,
Thank
but
you.
I think it was really.
Thank you, Ms. Poulin. Mr. Zdanowitz?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of my questions really kind of got answered, and one of mine was going to be about the traffic light and the crosswalk. So I think I'm good right now with
Okay,
everyone
Ms.
that's-
Fay, you had a follow-up?
Yes, Ms. Poland just kind of jogged something with me. Regarding what your screening process is, do you have anything that's different from the fair housing, what would be allowed by anybody else who owned an apartment building? 'Cause it seems that, I have a little bit of experience in this, and I know Mr. Cortez does a lot. You really can't discriminate. So how are you able to screen for some of the things you said about the fair housing laws? I'll just put it out there, favor the tenant much more than the landlord. So how are you able to screen for the things that you say you can when I don't believe most landlords can? So is there some sort of different laws or rules or regulations that you need to comply with that are more lenient or more strict than a typical landlord? I'm kind of confused by what you said about the screening process because it seems much more rigorous than my understanding of what fair housing law mandates. Thank you.
I think when it comes to safety of the residents, you can certainly make your screening procedures apply to safety, right? So, if there's an issue of, a violent crime, we have that in our tenant screening process, which has been audited, and we can deny somebody for that. A lot of times I will say that, when people get denied, they might go and, claim discrimination, but we treat everybody the exact same. And if those are our procedures and our policies, then that's what we abide by across the board. That's all I can say.
Yeah, just to put a finer point on that, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be confusing, but do you have different rules than what fair housing mandates? Because you seem stricter from what you're saying than what a normal landlord would be able to do. And I just want to make sure if it's fair housing laws that you comply with, I'm not sure how you're able to do some of the things that you're saying you can.
We do follow fair housing for sure. Come on.
Tim Hollister, Councilor Fay, I would just add, the Fair Housing Acts, both state and local, have a set of protected categories, race, gender, ethnicity, and so forth. Crime, criminal record, safety are not on there. Those are not protected classes. So any landlord, whether it's the housing authority or anybody else, can inquire and make a judgment based on those. If it's not a protected class, it's not a fair housing issue.
Thank you. Okay, anything further? No, Ms. McGinnis, sorry.
So you stated that in January you would be applying for a 9% low-income housing tax credit. If you're not successful with that financing model, do you have alternative finance sources? Sorry for making you come back up. Yeah, at least you're getting some work out of it, I guess.
I don't think I stood up all day today, so this is good. Yeah, actually, so we have a option agreement on the land that actually is a very lengthy option agreement that we sort of built in the event that we were not able to secure our financing. And so to get to application in January, but also to be awarded because it is a competitive process. We won't find that out until around April. And so we built it into our option agreement that we could go again in January of 25 if needed. Hopefully that's not the case because we'd love to see a development here. But the other option would be to look at different financing sources where we would, still commit to the affordability levels, but come up with a different mixed bag of a capital stack. That one is probably a lot harder to do, to be perfectly honest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Are there any more questions? Okay, I just had a couple that were not asked. Well, many of mine were. The air conditioning units, we have had some issues in the past before in design on neighbors that might really have some issues with air conditioning units that are loud near, outside. I didn't see them on the roof. I didn't see them.
Dave Goslin with Krosky Architects. All the air conditioning units will be up on the roof. We are going with a VRF, which is a variable refrigerant system. So there'll be roof-mounted condensers. There'll be nothing on the ground. So there will be a parapet on the building, which will screen that all from view. So we don't really anticipate any ground noise from the air conditioning units.
Thank you. I also, one of the concerns that I do agree with is making a left out of that unit in the busy rush hour times. Would the state ever weigh in on saying a right turn only if that was something that was deemed to be? I know you said that this is a very small change in cars, considering the volume of traffic on that street, but.
Mark Vertucci again from Fuss and O'Neill. Obviously they'll look at it, but in my opinion, I don't believe they would require a turn restriction. Just given the very low volume, it's less than 10 left turns, I believe, in the both of the peak hours. And as I mentioned, there are the signals to the north and the south coordinated. When they go red, there's a gap that is created in the traffic flow, so that enables those turns into and out of the driveway, as well as Woodmont Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right. Let's see. And there was one more question on people living that were not part of a lease application, and I just want to, Jill, sorry to bring you up again, but to answer that, how would you handle something like that? There are neighbors that live close; they would know, obviously. So could you? Yeah, thank you. Or is that something that you periodically check?
I'm so glad you asked because I realized when I sat back down that I didn't answer that for you, Deb. I'm sorry. We have strict compliance. So this is the low-income housing tax credit program is an IRS program. There's a lot of compliance with that program. So one of the things that we do every year is we certify about the qualified units and who's living in them. And so we have to certify to that, like who's living in the units. And so if we have somebody that's over income, if we have somebody that is not on the lease and is habitating in the unit, we can get into serious trouble for saying that we're complying with that, and the trouble becomes financial. And so for us, that's a big deal, right? So the tax credit investor is at risk of losing some of their tax credits for that particular unit, and then who are they going to turn to but us to pay the difference? And so it's real money that we're talking about. So it's in our best interest as the owner to make sure we're on top of that. And so again, we have property management staff on site. The neighbors will tell us. The people in our building, they will mention something. Again, we'll have camera systems. So if it's something we're not physically there for whatever reason, or we didn't see the person, we can check the cameras. We would certainly do an investigation. It's a lease infraction. The tenant is at risk of losing their unit if they're not in compliance with our program. And I think we have a good leg to stand on with that because it's a lot of money that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any more questions from the council? No. Okay. Mr. Hollister, is there anything you want to close with before we close the public hearing and take a short break and move to the council meeting?
I don't believe we have any further comments except to say thank you to the members of the public for coming out. And I do want to reiterate that Mr. Corsi and Ms. Corrado, Mr. Rodman spent a lot of time with the neighborhood. And we did, as a team, try to prioritize understanding, identifying, and responding to the comments. Some people didn't think we didn't do it, but we think we did. And we appreciate your attention. And thank you very much for listening to our presentation.
Thank you. So I'd like to read into the record letter dated October 12th, 2023 from Town Planning and Zoning Commission recommending approval. Letter dated October 2nd, 2023 from Design Review Advisory Committee recommending approval. Letter dated October 22nd from Capital Region Council of Governments finding no apparent conflict with regional plans and policies or the concerns of neighboring towns. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. We'll take 9:30, we'll come back and start the council meeting. Thank you. head. It is so hot. Can somebody open a window? And Deb, yes?
I wasn't happy about it.
No, I told him not to make one. Save money. Well, I have, where's the money savings come from that? I didn't know if somebody had.
No. Do as I'm told. I think there was only two, the new people. I think that was it. I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't involved in any decision or any discussion.
Calling the Tuesday, October 24th, 7:30 Town Council meeting to order, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilor Blanks.
Present.
Mayor Cantor.
Here.
Councilor Cortez.
Here.
Councilor Fay.
Here.
Councilor McGinnis.
Here.
Councilor Poland.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sweeney. Here. Councilor Winograd.
Here.
Councilor Zdanowitz.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff. We have had a long public hearing, and it's getting late, and many of us didn't eat dinner. I understand, but I need to take a few minutes to just mention a few things. Number one, we have lost a couple of really treasured community people. The first being Earl Exum. We did not meet after Earl passed. Many of us attended his funeral, but he passed away on October 1st at a way too young age. There is nobody that I have ever met that I wanted my children to emulate more than Earl Exum. And he was a class act in every from every angle that you could think of. He, one of the people that talked about him in his obituary was he sprinted. He did. He stepped in. He never said no. He did whatever he needed to do to raise a community, to take the time to talk to somebody, to consider, how to make something better. He had a patience and a compassion, but also sort of demanded you to come prepared as well. He just was such a phenomenal human being, and I just needed to reach out and to tell. In Earl's family, it is a beautiful family with 3 sons. His wife Tammy is a state rep, and they are in our hearts. Evan, Kyle, and Jonathan are in our hearts and prayers, and I just want to tell them we love them, and we love you, Earl, and we will try to carry on. And we also lost a member of our firefighters, Local 1241, reported that David Desmaris, 70, who was a beloved firefighter, served West Hartford Fire Department, was deputy chief for years, as a Navy veteran who served the USS Forestal aircraft carrier. He served in West Hartford for 21 years. A while ago, 1999, but he died in a very unfortunate bicycle accident, and so we are thinking of him and thinking of his family and the loss of our whole department too. But I also want to say a few things, and I apologize if this is a little bit long, but I need to share this with our community because we have a lot of people that are impacted, and I need to share it. I will just be stating a few events about what's happening in the Middle East and end with a moment of silence for the innocent people, both Israeli and Palestinian, who have been harmed and killed. Make no mistake that the attacks on Hamas, by Hamas, on October 7th, that means the attacks by Hamas on October 7th were an act of anti-Semitic hate and terror. Hamas is a terror organization whose founding documents dedicate it to the destruction of the State of Israel. The elimination of a people is not a legitimate political end. It is a fanatical ideology. There can be no qualifications on the simple idea that Jews and Israel have a right to exist. Today, the Holocaust is recognized as a period of unspeakable evil, but too often we think of the Holocaust as a singular moment in time, when in reality it was the extension of generations of anti-Semitic hate. There is a myth of American ignorance to the anti-Semitic aims of the Nazi Party prior to World War II, when in fact the early stages of Nazi persecution of European Jews, many that immigrated to our community, started Agudas Achim, and the policies of extermination of Jews as a race were known and widely reported on. We cannot make the same mistake again, and as a society we must call out any contemporary instance of anti-Semitic violence for what it is. There can be no equivocation. The victims of the October 7th were attacked brutally, massacred, and kidnapped because they were Jews, and this cannot happen again. Israel has a special relationship to West Hartford, which is home to one of the largest and most vibrant Jewish communities in New England. I'm so incredibly proud to be a part of this community. In fact, we have a sister city of Afula Gilboa, the home of many Ethiopian and Russian Jewish immigrants and Arab Israelis. Many of us have deep personal connections to the State of Israel. I've been to Israel many times. Almost every Jew I have talked to here at home has been directly impacted by this attack in some way. Through a family member or a friend, we see ourselves in those who are attacked. We must also see ourselves in the innocent people in Gaza who have suffered and are suffering. There are families throughout Gaza who want nothing more than to live with security, safety, and happiness, to be free of the Hamas terrorist regime that puts their lives and the lives of so many innocent people and their families at risk. I grieve for all the victims of this conflict, both Israeli and Palestinian, the kibbutzniks who were gunned down in their homes as they awoke on Sabbath, the Bedouins killed by surprise rocket fire, the young concert goers, often peace, they were working towards peace, who were raped, slaughtered, and kidnapped, the hundreds now held as hostages, and the civilian population of Gaza caught in the crossfire between Hamas terrorists and the Israeli Defense Forces. As a mother and grandmother, seeing the footage of innocent children harmed in this conflict is especially heartbreaking. Last week, President Biden urged Israelis to remember that their state is a democracy. It must live not by the rules of terrorists, but by the rule of law. What sets us, and this is his quote, what sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life, Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. He said, you can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win, and we can never let them win. As we see the rise in hate in the U.S. and the world, this does not only hurt the Jewish community, but also has spawned hate against the Muslim world. We all mourn the tragic and horrific murder of a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy in Illinois. Pray for his mother, who was severely injured and is fighting for her life due to Islamic hate. We need to remain steadfast in our efforts against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all other forms of discrimination. We must continue to hold ourselves to the highest moral standards and refuse to normalize hate and violence. I love and support my and our Jewish community, and I will work tirelessly, I know we will work tirelessly to keep our entire community safe. I pray for all people in the region to live with hope and dignity. I pray for the end of evil, and I pray for the power and strength to seek lasting peace and pursue it. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, now number 4, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very nice words.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that items 5A, 5B, 5C, 7B, 7C, 7D, 7G, 10A through 10E are placed on the consent calendar.
Motions First, we actually missed the public comment section, so I will go back to that. But if you don't mind, we'll go back to, okay, so I have one person signed up for public comment. It's possible that they thought they were signing in, but if there's something that you'd like to speak to that's on the agenda this evening, but not subject to a public hearing, you can speak on that. I have Sandy Alexander signed up. Okay, and is there anybody else that would like to speak to something else on the agenda? Okay, all right, back to you, Mr. Sweeney.
Right.
We'll just repeat that one more time.
Madam Mayor, without objection, I move that items 5A, 5B, 5C, 7B, 7C, 7D, 7G, 10A through 10E are placed on the consent calendar.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, items are placed on consent. Mr. Sweeney?
Madam Mayor, I move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 6, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve, subject to conditions, the application of the Trout Brook Realty Advisors for the public hearing that we just heard.
I think you have to kind of read it. My attorney's looking at me.
You're not done yet, ma'am.
I feel like it's effective. It's in the record.
No, but if someone were to pull this
Okay,
out of the
all right,
record,
all right,
you're gonna-
All right, if that what Gina says. All right. I make a motion to approve, subject and condition, the application of Trout Brook Realty Advisors, contract purchaser for change of zone from R13 to RM1 with Special Development District Designation overlay for the redevelopment of 1.83 acres of the former Agudas Achim Synagogue at 1244 North Main Street as a multifamily residential use.
And this is a motion to?
That was a motion to approve, subject to conditions.
Great.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Attorney Verano, can you explain the conditions of approval?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. You should all have in front of you the conditions of approval, which are the standard ones that we use for most SCD applications. I'm going to highlight 2, and then I'm going to identify some of the new ones. So the sections you want to look at is D3 and 7C, and that's the requirement that the applicant conduct a pest assessment prior to any demolition or work on the project, and also the requirement that the applicant maintain a pest management plan. Again, that's standard, but recently added to the SCD conditions of approval. The new one is on section 3, page 3, section E, which is the crosswalk. There was much discussion about that this evening, and this off-site improvement, it requires the applicant to install the crosswalk as approved in the plans or in any other location along the property frontage, but all subject to the approval of the Office of the State Traffic Administration. What that means is if the applicant is unable to get the sidewalk approved, then it must come back here for an SCD amendment for anything else that it wants to do with respect to that crosswalk area. And then finally, on page 4, there's the affordability plan as discussed tonight. This is an affordable housing development project, and you'll see here in the conditions of approval that the levels of affordability are included right here. And also, to their credit, those units are going to be designated as affordable for 50 years, which is, as you note, at least 10 years over what the standard in Connecticut is. There's also the requirement in the affordability plan that the unit designation, construction, affordability term, rental prices, enforcement all be done in the housing affordability plan, which the town will review, my office will review. And that is the only things that I wanted to highlight. I'll answer any questions if any of the councilors have any.
Thank you, Attorney Verano. Are there any questions on the conditions of approval? Okay, and we can go to discussion of the development itself. Does anybody want to? Okay, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to first of all thank the developers for their presentation. I want to thank the community for coming out and speaking, with their concerns. So let's talk about our schools that we adore so much, right? Our public school employees, right? Our teachers, paraprofessionals that deal with our kids with disabilities, right? Our center, West Hartford Center, right? the busboy that works there, right? The servers. Healthcare workers, right? They're not all doctors, healthcare workers. You know, some of them are CNAs, right? That deal with the elderly. Our daycare teachers that most of them make minimum wage. Nonprofit workers, you know, that take care of some of our disabled in our community, right? Those are some of the people that will live in this development, right? This development, which is less than a mile from my house. I live on the corner of North Main Street. I too deal with the litter currently right now without this being there, right? And to sit there and say that these people that I just spoke about might not be safe people to live around, might be dangerous, right? Might be trespassing on my property. You know, when you hear these comments of, you know, move away, stay away, and these are the people that we're talking about, right? So you're right, it's not that walkable. So who's gonna live there? People that work within the community. They need a place to stay, you know? That's who's gonna live in this development. A 15-minute walk away from Bishop's Corner. You know, it's not ideal to go to 15 minutes walk to Big Y and walk back 15 minutes with your bag of groceries or your grocery cart. But I used to do it before when I was a kid with my grandmother. It was something that we had to do sometimes. You know, so it is doable, it is walkable. And what's great about that area, how amazing and walkable that area is. That's what one of the residents mentioned there. And, you know, we owe it to some of these people to live in dignity, right? These are the things that we forget about, you know. We always talk about how diverse of a community this is, you know, and I always say how much I dislike that word, because we are diverse, right? It's okay to have a little bit of everything as long as everybody stays in their corner and don't cross Albany this way, right? And I always say that, you know, I would love to see a more inclusive community. And this is what this shows, inclusivity. You know, I drive by there all the time. Like I said, less than a mile. I drop my wife off to work at South Windsor High School, come down, and sometimes I'm like, oh man, this traffic is terrible. That's not gonna change. This project is not gonna change that. It's already terrible, right? And it's a state road, and we got Vision Zero in place, and there's plans on how to make our community safer. So, you know, it was hard to listen to some of these comments, right? I came from affordable housing. I came from government affordable housing, right? This is not government affordable housing. You know, and it's the perfect project, probably not in the perfect spot, but it's still amazing and walkable. So why not let people live in dignity? So I can go on and on, but I'm going to stop before I go in that rabbit hole, and I will be supporting this project. You know, like I said, it's the perfect project and not quite the perfect place, but you know, we owe it to our unsung heroes, you know, to provide a place for them to stay. You know, I didn't hear Section 8 vouchers mentioned, right? And like I said, the traffic there is horrendous. I deal with it all the time, and adding, you know, 49 units, I don't think it's going to make it that much more horrendous. Yes, there's concerns with safety with the crossing. You know, I went by there today. I love that there is a bus stop right in front of that property. And just a little bit further across the street, there's another one. And, you know, again, there's safety issues, and it's not due to this property. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Anybody else want to? Okay, Mr. Sweeney.
Good. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the applicant, and thank you for your grace today. You know, we over my 6 years on this council, we have had several intense conversations about housing. And I think what we have finally seen is a lot of these housing developments. In fact, one opened today. And what we're seeing is that it has done nothing but strengthen our community. And it is an amazing asset to our community. We are one of few that are moving in this direction at the pace that we are. And at the same time, as Mr. Cortez spoke to, we are also trying to address our significant traffic issue in town at the same time. But as a municipality, you have to walk and chew gum. You have to take applications and deal with your traffic at the same time. You can't stop. And I think what we are seeing here today is a great project that really does address, and I think former Senator Bai spoke to this, and I was at one of those meetings where we did get yelled at for putting a lot of units in one part of town. And I appreciate her advocacy for that. But this is one of those demonstrations that we are, as a community, thinking as a whole of how we're going to, put in affordable housing throughout this community. There aren't neighborhoods that should be sheltered from or be shut off from other people because of income. That is not what I don't think that people on this council are about. And I think what we heard today was a lot of that. And I found it very interesting coming from a lot of residents from a condo complex that was probably, built in the last couple decades that probably wasn't there when we founded this town. They had there was the gumption to say that we can't have another densely populated units in the same area. I found that to be very amusing. Also on the back of the fact that we've seen development right near Bishop's Corner, and I also found it fascinating for the amount of offhand comments for people when they had the opportunity to testify. What we've done here in town is created an open and safe environment for people to come out and speak their mind. And I thought we heard a lot of that tonight. I don't think we were going to agree with everything that was said, but we appreciate the people coming in and saying what they felt was right. But I do think that we as a community have really struggled to focus on deeply affordable housing in regards to our housing stock. And I think what we're going to do with this project is address that pretty head on and put it in a place where they are going to take advantage of the services that our community provides. And I think there was a statement about how our schools would not be able to provide, but I think there will be someone else on this council that can provide a little more detail about that later tonight. But it is clear that our schools can well handle the 5 or 6 children that may come out of this, and who's to say that our schools aren't going to benefit from those 5 to 6 children that are going to go through that school. So with that, I am very excited about this proposal. I appreciate the executive director standing up here and having the grace that she had. I appreciate the grace of all of the presenters tonight. It was much needed, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Ms. McGinnis.
First, I want to say thank you to the developers for their presentation. I also want to thank the people who came out tonight to comment, whether I agree with their comments or not. We're better when we hear from the people that live in this community. West Hartford should be a place where all of us are welcome. And our communities are better when they're diverse in every way. I'm sorry. I apologize. So if you'll bear with me and forgive my cracking voice, the comments about crime really hit me hard. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm good. As a single mom, I would have qualified for one of these apartments. And I wonder if the people look at me now and think that I'm a criminal. Probably not. And the only difference between the person I am now and the person I was then is 30 years and a change in income level. I will be supporting this property for all the women who are looking to start over after leaving a bad situation. I'm sorry. For all the families who just want to save a nice place to live with great schools. I'm proud to support this property and proud that our town is willing to welcome everyone. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. No, we are grateful for you sharing. All right, any other? Okay, Ms. Blanks. I'm saving you for last.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the applicants for bringing this application before us this evening. Thank you to the town staff and all your tireless work that you have put into assisting the applicants and also going back and forth to get this right. And also thank you to all of the residents that came out tonight to express how they feel, especially living across or nearby to a development and construction and the disruption, in their words, after a period of time where this building was vacant. Change is always difficult and always hard. And with that, oftentimes we think about what it could be and who is it going to bring. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to look at this as opportunity and access. And we all come at this at different times in our lives. And I'm thinking about the number of people who approach me and want to live in West Hartford. But right after they say they want to live in West Hartford, they say it's not affordable. I can't find any place in West Hartford that I can afford because it's simply too high. And what we've done as a council is taken all these concerns and made it our job and our business to really look at places and to work with developers so that we can look at what's considered quality, affordable housing. And then there's that question, well, what is affordable housing? Well, affordable housing is the same definition as it's always been. It's to provide opportunity and access to people who want to live in a safe community where their children can receive quality education, so after 12 years, those children could have a good foundation for a quality life. And we provide that here in West Hartford. And those same children, when they come back to West Hartford, they want to have affordable housing as well. So we're talking about the people in the application. We're talking about elderly people, people who want to downsize from their large homes where they've raised their families and where they've raised their children. I've recently retired, and I listened to a lot of the comments about the walkability, the mile away from Bishop's Corner. Guess what? Since I've retired, I've been walking 3 miles, and I love it. We talk about physical activity and exercise leads to longevity. It really does. When I go to my doctor's visit, he's like, wow, your blood pressure is right on point. And a lot of that is from walking. It's also ideal because it's on a bus line. We have the fast track, so it allows people to jump on that bus and get to their job, get to school, and while doing that, they're driving less. So there's less traffic on the road, and not only that, but we're being gentler and kinder to our environment, and that's what we want. We talk about these things, so it's very easy to talk about something and much harder to actually do it. So sometimes we have to stop marking time and actually start doing it. So I don't want to go into a long drawn out because I know we've talked about this already, but I'm going to support this project. And I'm welcoming the project. And one other thing that I'm going to sort of take point on as being a former Board of Education member and chair, we have declining enrollment. So we want to welcome children into our community so that our enrollment can begin to advance or incline, and the same teachers that are teaching our students and our children, give them an opportunity to live in this development as well. So again, thank you to the applicant, and thank you for all the hard work that you've done in bringing this before us. I will be supporting this application.
Thank you, Ms. Blanks. I'll go to Ms., and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, little segue, because Ms. Blanks said Board of Ed, and there's 3 of us previous Board of Ed members on here. And although my memory fades me sometimes, at least that's what I tell my wife a lot, I remember these numbers. We're almost 1,500 less students than when I joined the Board of Ed 11 years ago. And we had a declining roll. 1,500, that's a real number. And it's possibly more now with the new numbers. So to talk about 8, 9 kids and they're worried about Aiken and KP is just preposterous. It really is. But people don't realize that unless they hear the numbers. And unfortunately, everyone left. So we do have declining enrollment, and we have room for it. I have to tell you, I was a little disappointed myself today as well, hearing that low income and this affordable housing is going to bring crime to this town. My colleagues have done a great job talking about that. I was surprised at that. I thought they were going to talk about traffic, because traffic is really bad, and they did, but it has nothing to do with the 49 units there. It's bad now. And I always say this when traffic comes up. I am no traffic expert. What traffic is schools getting out, Cigna getting out. It's not the 3 people leaving their condo area every 17 minutes. That's not adding to the traffic. It's the high schools and the schools that get out. Go by Conard or Hall or KP and try to get by. That's traffic, but that's a bustling school system as well. We do have traffic concerns in town, and we are working on it. But that end of town is pretty bad with Cigna over there as far as traffic goes. I thought that's where the argument really was going to go, not necessarily the crime piece. So I was really torn by that, and I came into this, with all this open-minded, obviously, and I thought maybe crosswalks, a light, things like that, were going to get more traction. When builders come in, they need a return on the investment too. They can't put in 6 units and make an investment in our town, which really what they're doing is make an investment in our town, and they're choosing to spend money here in West Hartford. And there's other towns around us that aren't. There's a lot of towns around us in Connecticut that say we lost our development. We don't have the tax base. So here it is, and it fits in there nicely. It's using the architecture that was there. I applaud you for that. I thank you for that architectural piece. And maybe if I could patent something, and I meant to ask this as a question, but so many people ask me questions, we could have soft close dumpsters. So if any of you guys are going to do that, I'm on the patent on that one. So,
Call Michael.
But anyway, I'm going to support this, and I look forward to it. I live on that side of town, so I speak from experience, and I wholeheartedly support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Susanowitz. Ms. Pullen.
Thank you. And I want to align my comments with those of my colleagues around the table. I will also be supporting this proposal and very excited to be able to bring more opportunities for individuals and families to live in this town. And we can just drill down a little bit on the school enrollment since Councilman Zdanowicz set that up so nicely. I actually pulled the numbers for Aiken and for KP over the last several years so that we could see, well, maybe enrollment declined across town, but maybe in the Aiken district, maybe enrollment went up, but no. So in 2011, Aiken had 471 students. These are the enrollment numbers as of 10/1 for each year. So on 10/1, 2011, Aiken had 471 students. On 10/1 of 2022, Aiken had 384 students. So you can see a decline, a large decline there. If you're concerned about KP, King Philip Middle School on 10/1 of 2011 had 884 students. on 10/1 of 2022 had 814 students. So you can see a decline. There's absolutely room for the students, and I think many people have said our students would be the better for having additional students come in who represent diverse backgrounds, whether it's socioeconomically, racially, or ethnically, or any other way. I want to commend the people who came and provided comments tonight, those who provided comments in advance. It is challenging to participate in the small d democratic process, but we do appreciate that. And I want to thank the developers and the whole team for all the work that you've done. It's an iterative process, working with the town and with DRAC and the residents nearby, and I feel that you have addressed all of the most of the issues that were brought up in a way that is respectful of all of those stakeholders. I also appreciate the environmental impact concerns that were raised and that have been addressed, including improving the drainage, adding solar panels, and designing a building that's not going to have any fossil fuels. So I think that is going to be a benefit to our town. And finally, I just wanted to add in that I think that the process of working with the former Synagogue board members we haven't really talked about that, but it's in all the briefing documents that we received. I would encourage everyone to go read them. They're all online. They are voluminous. But to sum up, there was a lot of respect paid to the wishes of the former board members of the synagogue. There's a cemetery that's going to require some perpetual care, and some of the purchase price is going to go to ensure that those who are buried there are continue to be treated with respect and their graves are maintained, and also some work happening with the Jewish Federation to try to take over that synagogue. So I think for all of those reasons and the ones that my colleagues also mentioned, I am happy to support this project and grateful to have it come our way. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen. Ms. Fay.
Saving the best for last, I guess. Well, you know I'm not a groupthink person. I'm a contrarian, and people's input means the world to me. There are too many people who live in this town who feel that none of us up here care whatsoever because their voices don't carry 1 ounce of weight. That's what I hear everywhere I go, especially during campaign season. They came out tonight, and a lot of people came out. I'm not going to justify all the comments because that's not what this is about. But I'm very concerned. We change zoning around here like we changed our underwear. I think people who come and buy a property, you're assuming all those people in those condos who live on the street are wealthy people. That's probably their biggest investment, their home. And to have their concerns fall on deaf ears is not right. We've done a ton of development in this town. We've done a lot of low-income housing in this town. I'm not opposed to that. I am not opposed to that, for the record, because I know I'm going to get called after this. I do not support this project because I don't like changing zoning crazily. Why can't they do 40 units instead of 49? Why can't we have 75% of open space? We could make this work for everybody and satisfy everyone. The homeowners are important. They do have a stake in this town. They were here first, and they do have a right to expect their family home, which was zoned as single family, to remain that way. I would ask any one of you out here, would you like an apartment building right next to your home, your biggest investment that you've ever made in your life? And about declining enrollment, then why haven't expenses gone down? Why are we still talking about more money to the schools with declining enrollment? It doesn't make sense. You can't have it both ways. I do not support this for those reasons. And in terms of saving the building, you're saving the front facade. It's not saving the building. The building is going to be demolished. Fortunately, you're not asking us for tax relief, because that would be a non-starter. Too many projects have gotten tax reliefs, including the one that just had its celebration today. When are taxpayers going to get their tax relief? When are we going to see a reduction? When are seniors and veterans in their homes going to see a reduction in their taxes so they can stay in town? You think everybody who lives here is rich. No, a lot of people are barely making ends meet in their home, barely being able to send their kids to school with a meal in their stomach and lunch. So don't just say it's people who need a more affordable apartment. People here need relief. This is what I hear. I spend my day on the phone and with meetings with people and residents, and that's what they're concerned about. They're concerned about their ability to stay in town. So I will not support this project for a lot of reasons. I don't like zoning changes just for the heck of it. I don't like you. I think 40 apartments with 70% of open space is enough. I don't think we have to go to 49. I don't think we have to remove the open space. And these people who live near there, your neighbors, the people who are going to be neighbors of this apartment building, they have rights too. And I'm sticking up for their rights. So I am not going to support this project.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fay. Mr. Winograd.
Thank you. This is incredibly strong application. We see a lot of these. The care that went into this, the development of this plan, is really inspiring. Deb Pola mentioned the environmental efforts. Very important. We're dealing with, the wastewater, stormwater. This is making things better. And just on that pure, the physical plant of this, you're making the town better, you're making the neighborhood better. I very much appreciated, somebody will get the reference, the Brandeis brief that you presented, a compilation of information, not making a legal argument, but showing just a wealth of background. Normally we don't, I apologize to the advocates, you give us books like this, we don't actually bring them all home. I don't keep them. This one's a keeper, because this one actually has a whole lot of really valuable research from around the country, really disproving a lot of sort of the NIMBY stuff that we hear, over and over again. The idea that crime's going to go up, or the idea that property values will go down. Yeah, absolutely. People have fears. People think that they will lose the value of their property, and that propagating that myth is exactly what creates the high emotions around opposing incredibly necessary projects like this one, and is what holds us back. So it is absolutely true. People don't want to have projects like this in their neighborhood. That doesn't mean they're right. And in fact, the history shows that they're just not right. And we have history in this town as well. And I will get to that. I do want to say two things. I was a little disappointed in the presentation and the facts that were offered. One, on the number of students, I wish it were higher. These kids are going to be such assets to our town. Every kid, particularly ones whose parents meet the criteria of this building, are going to have their lives improved by being part of our community. And I'm so proud of that. I wish it would double. We absolutely, as my former board colleagues, or my colleagues who were of the board, have said, and we have the room, and we do a great job with students from challenging backgrounds. And that will, that's an obligation we have to share the expertise we have. Our great educators, again, who, as Chair Cortez says, might be living there as well. But we want to share that. And so, more the better. I also, the fence, again, some of the comments were made, but why there was a fence. If it serves the interest of the development, go ahead and put your fence up. I certainly understand not wanting to have lights shining in your window. My neighbors, some of the lights go on, it shines in my window. I haven't, gone to the town to try to get them banned, but I understand. I mean, a driveway can be disruptive. If a fence helps the condo association feel a little less bad about this, that's fine. But I mean, the symbolism of this bothers me, and I really hope that in a few years you come back to us jointly asking to tear the fence down. That would give me a lot of pleasure. And I'll come, if I'm not on this board, I'll come testify in favor of that. And then just a little bit about a history. I had a great time today at the opening of the St. Joseph one park. And talk about adaptive reuse. What a wonderful thing to have the nuns come out there, the sisters talk about how proud they were to be developing housing, how proud they were that there's an affordability aspect to it, preserving space, preserving their chapel. They were just beaming. And I can't think of a better reuse of a religious property than providing safe, affordable housing to people. I mean, what a great honor to their religions, to the sisters, to the synagogue. What a great way to remember a religious institution that no longer has that role anymore. But to take even the facade and keep that for something so positive is just wonderful. But the history of West Hartford is, I grew up here, and I can damn well assure you that when I was growing up, this project would not have been approved. This wouldn't have been close. The voices against it, a lot of what we heard would have absolutely prevailed. It was at 200. I was talking today to people who were involved in it. Right over here, Brace Road. That one passed. 200 people came up against it. 200 came out for it. That one did pass. Flag Road, bigger crowds on both sides. That one went down pretty overwhelmingly. And we drive by there today and people are shocked. How could they have turned that down? It's a perfect, and they talked about, it's too close to Bishop's Corner, it won't be safe, the traffic, the pedestrians, they don't fit into our neighborhood. Flag Road now is just invisible. I mean, you go by and it's just there. And nobody objects to it anymore. And the only reason that thing got built was 830G. We were wrong. We got sued, and we lost big at the Supreme Court. And it was the first case that where the Connecticut court ruled. And Tim, apparently you weren't even sure about the strategy there, I heard today. And we'll talk about that. But we lost that case, and I'm so glad we did, because actually that case, I think, helped turn this town around. I grew up in this town. I would not move back to the town I grew up in. The West Hartford I grew up in would not have approved this, was not a welcoming place. It wasn't diverse, it wasn't, certainly, we couldn't even use the term diversity, even if you don't like it. It wasn't welcoming to other people, right? And now it is. So again, this is exactly, the vision I have for West Hartford. I'm thrilled to be voting for this tonight. And I'm so glad we have moved. We're not there yet, but we have moved so far since I was a kid here. And I'm just proud to be part of West Hartford. So thank you for indulging me for that kind of long thing.
Thank you, Mr. Winograd. So I also, so many important and really important comments were made. Mr. Cortez, thank you. This is something that we talk about all the time. There are many areas in the country where people that work in that community cannot live in that community. Prices in West Hartford have gone up. And that's wonderful that our home values have continued to rise, but that makes it less affordable for so many people who can't live in this community and work in this community and be able to partake of the wonderful, wonderful way of life that we all appreciate and enjoy, and try our best to protect in every way. But that means that you are encouraging people and offering people to live at all different kinds of income levels. We're adding some wonderful luxury living spaces in our community, which are needed because our prices, again, continue to go up. We know there's a housing shortage. And when Jill Corrado shared, there's a 10,000 people that are waiting to I think it was you, I'm not sure, but 10,000 people that are on a list, and hundreds at each project. So I think Chuck had maybe just left the council or something, I'm not sure, but I was sitting we were doing approvals for the Goodwin, and the room was a lot more packed actually than tonight, and And there were many familiar voices actually that came forward and said, we don't want this. This is going to destroy our homes. This is going to destroy our property values, our quality of life. That was 47 units in a residential, backing up to a residential neighborhood, kind of similar on Newington Road, but backing up to a residential neighborhood, and also walkable. And it took, I think we finished at 1 or 2 in the morning. And that it was, I think 10 years ago. I think the Goodwin is 10 years old now. And the property values around the Goodwin have gone up. And many people have been lucky to be able to live in those spaces, that apartment building. So all different ages and all different walks of life, I'm sure not a lot of students, some students that went to our schools. But this takes an enormous amount of effort for the Housing Authority, for any developer to put together a quality, affordable project. It takes incredible persistence, innovation, a lot of teamwork with the town. I want to thank Todd Dumais for his tireless work on this. I want to thank Kristen Gorski for her support, and the Brownfield, hopefully the Brownfield grant that you will get, our Corporation Counsel's office. It takes so many people, but really what it takes is the commitment of organizations like the West Hartford Housing Authority and the board. Claire Dowd, chair of the board, thank you, and the other people that serve on the board. And there's a member that serves on the board, which I thought was such a smart addition to the, that's such a smart way to put together a board. Their dedication to building quality projects, managing quality projects, and standing by their residents, and supporting them and making sure that they are happy and safe. And so there's so many things this development is doing. The green space that. The stormwater, again, being on a transportation corridor is so important. And I do think, as both Deb Poland said and Ben Winograd said, when those 1887 Romanian Sephardic Jews came over, running from some very difficult, they were persecuted. And I don't think then this was built in 1967 after it was started in Hartford and first in homes, and then there was a congregation built, and then they came to West Hartford as there was so much development happening, so many homes going up because there was this move from the north part of Hartford into West Hartford. And there, I do think that they would be so proud of all of us approving this project and welcoming new residents to West Hartford at all different income scales. So with that, we will go to a roll call vote. Mr. Davidoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Blanks.
Yes.
Mayor Cantor.
Yes.
Councilor Cortez.
Yes.
Councilor Fay.
No.
Councilor McGinnis.
Yes.
Councilor Poland.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sweeney.
Yes.
Councilor Winograd.
Yes.
Councilor Zdanowitz.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you, Mr. Davidoff, and thank you to the whole the whole team. Thank you. All right. And then we go to 7, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Without objection, I move that we receive the application filed on behalf of Bloomin' Brands, owner of Fleming's Prime Steakhouse and Wine Bar, leasee of a suite in the Special Development District number 113, located at 40 South Main Street and more commonly known as Blueback Square. The application seeks permission to amend the existing SDD to allow for the installation of additional tenant signage. I move that we receive this application, refer to Town Planning and Zoning, the Design Review Advisory Commission for the required review, and set for a public hearing on December 12th, 2023 at 7 p.m.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is adopted. E, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adopt resolutions appropriating the American Rescue Plan Act grant funds.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Ledwith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we did discuss this particular resolution in our last Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Just by way of a brief summary on ARPA, as the council recalls, we did receive a $25 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds as a town allocation and an additional $12.5 million in county allocation for a grand total of $37.2 million. Over the last 2 years, the council has appropriated $14.3 million in ARPA funds to benefit our community with such projects and programs as our affordable housing program, our small business nonprofit program, flood mitigation program, our center infrastructure program, among several others. In keeping with the council's vision of appropriating funds to better serve our town, we are recommending a $50,000 appropriation towards the West Hartford Girls Softball Program to bring our current softball fields in line with our baseball fields. And I know the council's been involved with several conversations with the West Hartford Girls Softball Executive Committee of the league. I believe Councilor Poland was on the Board of Ed when we had some high school softball players join us at a Board of Ed meeting to talk about the state of our high school fields as well. So this $50,000 will go to helping to create dugouts at Sterling Field. So we have 4 softball fields at Sterling Field, and this will help bring our softball fields in West Hartford more in line with softball fields around Hartford County, in addition to some of the changes that we're making on the school side as well at the high school level. In addition to the softball appropriation, we're also recommending that $100,000 be appropriated to the Bridge Family Center's new mental health clinic that opened last fall on Farmington Avenue. This would help offset the $1 million cost of construction for this new facility in town. As the council knows, the 50-year-plus partnership that we have had with the Bridge is one of the most important and critical partnerships that we have in town. For over 6 decades now, the Bridge has devoted countless resources to respond to the needs of our community, and this new facility allows the Bridge to provide even more much needed access to mental health care and services. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to yourself and the council for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwith. Are there any questions? Ms. Pullen?
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank the town manager, Helen Rubino-Turco, and the mayor and all the others who were involved in putting this resolution together. I'm excited to support it, ask all of you to support it. I know a lot of you know how many hours I spent at Sterling Field while my daughter was growing up, and I'm just really excited that the girls moving forward will have real dugouts at Sterling. It's a matter of equity, and happy that we're able to utilize these funds for that, as well as to help out the Bridge, very deserving, a nonprofit in town.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen. Any other comments? I just want to also say these are wonderful uses of ARPA money, and very supportive. Okay. All right. We can do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. F, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing suspense of tax owed on the 2019 grand list for motor vehicles and personal property.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Ledwith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This resolution was also discussed at our last Finance and Administration meeting and is an annual resolution by which our tax collector identifies motor vehicle taxes and personal property taxes that are 3 years delinquent. Upon council approval, we will move these taxes to the suspense tax book, and this year we have $373,500 from the 2019 grand list that will be moved to suspense. This is a state statute which requires this resolution every year, and though we are putting these amounts into suspense, this will not prevent us from continuing to pursue collection of these taxes. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council had.
We did also talk about this in finance, and so any questions from council? All right, Mr. Sanano.
Just a quick question. How many times do we contact the taxee trying to recoup these funds, I guess, or because there's sometimes are people, sometimes are companies. So how often do we do we contact them and, you know, because some, like $7 for somebody and they just don't pay that, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to spend, through you, Madam Mayor, we're going to spend more of our time on the higher end dollar amounts, but we won't give up. Yeah, so, I mean, there are cases where some of these folks have gone out of business and they could be in court, they could be in bankruptcy court and things like that. And sure, we're on a list of, further down on that list of priorities in terms of receiving payment. But if they've moved out of state or something like that, we'll continue until we can do our best to collect those.
Thank you. Mr. Sedano is all set?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Town managers report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have uploaded our town manager's report onto our website, so in the interest of time, I won't read through this report, but would encourage anyone listening still at this hour to go online and take a look at our report. We have some important topics like absentee ballots and residential paper shredding, which actually is a very popular event on October 28th, National Drug Take-Back Day, also on October 28th. And we have a couple of, we have the library strategic plan process that's taking place right now. We have a public meeting tomorrow night, as well as another one on Saturday. And social services will be issuing a survey as well, seeking input from our community in terms of needs that they have from our social services department. And last but not least, our leaf bag collection begins on the week of October 30th. But a lot more detail on the report for folks that want to go online and read it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwith. Any questions for town manager? Yeah.
I just wanted
Mr.
to
Sweeney.
congratulate the town manager on running a successful half marathon. Past me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And our fearless reporter from WEHA was joined me during that race as well. Thank you.
We had the pleasure of having it down our street this year.
Yeah, I know. Very good. Whatever. I know. Okay, any Corporation Council report or office? No?
No report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any questions for Attorney Verano? All right, nothing. There are a lot of announcements. I'm just going to do a couple that are time sensitive, but there are COVID-19 vaccine costs. If you have no coverage, go to cdc.gov. West Hartford hauntings, 26, 27, 28 in the Old North Cemetery, amazing. West Hartford Arts Emporium Trail will be on October 28th at Morley, 3 locations in Morley District. I didn't know about that, so it looks good. Rain date is October 29th. Spooky Symphony, also October 29th at KO, Kingswood, Oxford. Truck or Treat at University of St. Joseph will be held on October 30th from 4 to 6 in their lot. Morley Red Wagon food delivery, November 2nd at 9:30-ish. Screenagers Under the Influence, November 2nd. This is an important program at 6:45 and 8:30. Drugs and alcohol in the digital age, vaping for parents. Flags on Graves, November 4th for Veterans Day, ahead of Veterans Day. Drowsy Chaperone will be November 5th, 4th, 5th, 10th through 12th from West Hartford Community Theater. Rock and Rotary fundraiser will be November 5th at Infinity Hall. We Care card will go from November 9th to November 19th. Costs $50 and then you get discounts. Any other announcements, Mr. Cortez? Mr. Cortez.
We still have the pumpkin patch going at West Hartford United Methodist Church, 1358 New Britain Avenue. I won't go through the details of how we get the pumpkins and where everything goes to, but it's all for a good cause. And also, as always, the food pantry, it's an ongoing issue, so any donation you can drop off at West Hartford United Methodist Church outside or during business hours at the food pantry below. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. And there is a high need of high protein and, those things that go so fast, like peanut butter and tuna fish. Okay. All right. There's no more announcements. Without objection, I move that we adjourn. Is there any objection? There being no objection, we are now adjourned. Good evening.